answered the letter. Now, like me, you are a part of this place.
Good morning, good time zone, hello. Space, thank you for the gift shield. Also, what's it? Hello. Improve lung capacity. Yeah, lung capacity. I didn't start taking the air, the oxygen that was supposed to go to my brain. I'm Owen. Well, is it a good busy or is it too busy, Kale? How's the job? Hey, lady. Wait, yeah? Did someone scream your name, GR? Did I miss it? I'll do it in a second if I did miss it. Ah, there you go. Chicken butt. I should have known. You know what? You know what, GR? Are you in there? You're not. You coward. That. Nah, your chicken butt doesn't exist anymore. Nah, ha 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 ha.
You answered the letter. Now, like me, you are a part of this place.
Chicken butt, god damn it. Don't make me ban you. I'll time you out for the real 10 minute, man. Don't tempt me. Oh, it's not H anymore. Sorry, it's just jail now. Because I was using it for too many reasons other than a pony thing. And so I cry sometime when I'm lying there to give it a look that's in my head. I need the tune. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high and I think the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And I say, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? And he tries. Oh my God, I try all the time. In this institution, And he prays. Oh my God, no praise. I pray the same all day. Ah, revolution. Somehow, 90% of the time, if there's a train happening, it's space. Not a banger, I know, right? It's such a fun choice for a hype train. Someone shout out Gappy, please. Guards! Shout him out! Why are you screaming, Cat? Stop it. Stop. That's enough screaming. Not quite kill. Oh, no, you spelled fine, it's just that instead of doing exclamation point SO, you did at SO at Gappy. You're so close. Thank you, lady. Don't thank me. Thank the guards. I know what I did. Lady Nation. Let's not call it that. How you guys doing? Any fun thing going on for the weekend? Hopefully, week didn't brush you. Oh, also, since I still didn't do the jingle jingle for the avatar, I knew I forgot something. Here you go. Here's some cheese. Cheese. I have a long weekend, so I'm gonna plant some flower seeds. I like flowers, but not enough to keep any around. I don't have a green thumb. I tried to grow a dandelion and that didn't work. And you know, you have to fuck up pretty bad if you can't grow a dandelion. Thank you for the cheese. There's some hypersonic cheese eating. I need to eat it that fast. Otherwise it disappears before I get to really enjoy it. I see how it is, Kel. Back for the first time in a while and already abusing your mod powers. Tat, 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 tat. Good thing you two have different color name because you both have the NASA and mod icon. Yes, you can, because you're a mod. Oh, don't abuse your powers too! God damn it. No more cheese. Oh yeah, lady, guess what? Watching. It better not be chicken butt. I got my espresso machine, yeah? How did it go? Did you have your first espresso with it yet? Did you wash it? I hope you washed it. I can see the time. Yeah, that's what we have clocks for. That's not impressive. Might be a bit worried now. But does it taste good? And also send me some. Tastes surprisingly good. Hey, then it was worth the $100, right? That's not really an issue, though. There you go, thank you. I don't really want to go outside to get stuff anymore. Baby, if I ask nicely, the blanket will hide me forever. Thank you, thank you. More coffee. More coffee! Oh, no, Chin, no. I'll put the cheese on the coffee. Bad Chin, bad. Bad Chatter, get the firework treatment. Firework!
Soon, girl. Soon.
That sounds nice about the blanket. Maybe they will accept me as one of their own. I will join the blanket tribe. I've already joined the blankets today. You may have joined the blankets, but are you one of theirs now? Have you truly become one? Actually, hold up. I need to take my meds. I'm super itchy for some reason. Like, I'm just like absent-mindedly fucking scratching my arm and it's starting to look red. Like, very red. I can't believe you made me explode. Maybe it's Maybelline? I am. Don't yell at me. Building a mini blanket fort where no one is allowed. I'm not sure that's an option for you, considering your huskies will probably not leave that fort be. Oh, hello, you. What you doing? Are you done yelling? I hate the man. I have the urge at work all the time, but it's like go hide in the storage room and take a nap during lunchtime. Man, what are your secrets? I can't nap. They can stay? Oh no, it's not about whether they're allowed or not. I'm saying they're gonna mess your fort. That fort's not gonna stand for very long, is what I'm thinking. I'm still gonna scratch myself while it's itchy. You guys can't stop me. I'm not there so that they do not disturb me, and I'll be so grumpy at them. Yeah, I still don't really get the secret behind napping. That seems outside of my reach. I kind of just nap out of exhaustion. I only have 2 games that I've been reached out to try this week. So we're gonna be able to get to the other ones that I found myself quite quickly. So that's nice. Although, I am gonna have the usual amount of time of stalling first. Have a baby dog at home, it's necessary. Why did I get firework? I was doing phone call. You got firework because you did multiple chicken butt. And we both know gel doesn't work on you as a punishment. Hi, Rena! Have a good lurk! I'll do it again too, it can't be stopped. Just like I can't be stopped from fireworking you. That's right, GR. Every time you chicken butt in my chat, I'll be there. Fireworking on you. There. Last I checked, guns are not usually very consoling. What a line. I mean, at least it's not one of those sentences that can sound like something lewd. Like, how would you twist? Actually, don't answer that. But like, how would you twist that around to be a lewd sentence? Like fireworking you, you know? I've had so many quotes from my earlier streaming days that just ends up looking like lewd sentence. Lady, no, don't tell me. If you found a way, do not tell me. I just said so. Just said not to tell me. Don't do it. I'm gonna leave. I swear to God. You don't have that privilege, GR. Good try. Not even for VIPs, wowie. Oh, talking about VIPs, I need to update my VIPs, isn't it? Oh yeah, Space blew you up. Give me a minute, damn it! There's a lot of stuff to do. I'm trying my best. I'm just not good enough. Oh, there's a Peacemakers on the list. Is Rose already on it? Let me get the VIPs list. We can agree to disagree, Kill. Okay, Rose is on the list. Now Taco. Actually, GR, it's the first 5, and you've given 171 bits, therefore you are still on the VIP list. So you can keep it. Come back to her. Bye, GR, good luck! You're good enough and I love you, why? Milo, but Milo's not, so I can't VIP. Good luck! I got firework yesterday because I'm sick and it helped. I'm glad it helped, man. Can't VIP space. I think that he's already VIP. Okay, Smexy Shark somehow is in there. Interesting. Hi, Lucy! Sorry, you guys give me a minute. I'm trying to keep up. Don't antagonize me first thing in the morning. Guards! Firework his ass! Oh hey, D-Wolf, you're on the top 5. Congratulations on your temporary VIP. Okay, I think I'm done. Sip your coffee. I have not taken a single sip of my coffee yet. After I gave you the coffee too, dang. I mean, it's still warm. It's still warm! But also, shouldn't put cheese on it. I don't really want cheese coffee. My first VIP, I'm so proud. Hi, so proud. I'm dies a lot. I know, I'm terrible. I have no cheese, the coffee. No!
Such as it is.
Cheese. Thank you, Kale. I will put you on the wheel. Give me a sec. Here we go. You're now on the wheel. The wheel of misfortune. That's not really what it's called. I'm just being silly. I'm still itchy. Should I take more syrup? No, I should wait. Probably just need more time to work. I'm just being impatient. I am not having that conversation with you again. Here, you guys have some more cheese too, since you've given me a lot of cheese. Late this morning and I'm nauseated and dizzy. Oh no. Meds are dumb? Yeah. I mean, less dumb than people being like, let's just take a fucking... the plant itself that's unregulated as a substitute for meds, though. I've seen a whole comment section about that, like, why are people so afraid of nature? Go back to the roots. Eat lavender, have some tea. It's like, motherfucker, where do you think the meds come from? It just have exact dosage. Like, all of the things we have right now are from nature. We've just modified it. Like, we didn't pull those things out of our ass. Except unless that med is made from partly shit. I don't know. But like, if there's horse piss in the meds, there might as well probably be shit or something. Like, all of these things are things you find around. They didn't just come from space or some shit. God, I hate that so much. Me too. And I've met a few. Not a lot, but a few. Her who says that people are over-medicated, and I'm like, I need my meds to function, thanks. Like, unless you're a doc, I'm not gonna trust your judgment about whether people are over-medicated or not. And that is always about chemical and just consume natural stuff. How about that beer you keep drinking? Meds are made to help. Are people sometime giving the wrong dosage? Sure. But that's why they experiment and then change the dosage or change the med depending on how it makes you feel. I think it's better than you going willy-nilly, you know what, I'm just gonna drink a lot of tea, I'll feel better. Like, that kills me. If you're one of those people, just don't tell me because I will judge you heavily. Ow, I just hit my arm. Like, I don't consider myself particularly intelligent, but suddenly I will feel brighter than you. My grandmother is no. Is she also afraid of technology? I feel like that would be a good 2-for-1 combo. I want to pin my skin off. Just peel it, peel it, peel it. I really want to take more syrup. Ah! That's it, I'm taking more syrup. I'm not afraid of technology, but she's getting to a point where it's suppressing her ability and it's making her mad. What does balding mean? I mean, I get that it's a mix of mild and something, but is she balding from being mad? Is that what that means? Like gamer rage? I don't think Grandma has gamer rage. I mean, some parts of people not catching up with technology I do get, and then some other parts, like, for example, my mom's struggling sometime with her emails. Like, emails have been around for as long as I've been alive, and she had emails before at that time too. She's had time to catch up. But if it's like knowing your computer pieces or coding, then sure. I just learned it on the internet. Man, the internet is such a cesspool of both good and cursed fucking knowledge. It's a shit pile of anything. Just kind of almost merging together. I know, right? And they barely change. A lot of times, like, I get not wanting to do it yourself sometime when you don't know about it. Because I'm personally guilty of that too, but at the same time, like, a lot of time, it's just like, oh, how do I contact them, or where are they? And it's like, just scroll to the bottom or the top, and look for specific how to join us, or fucking, like, it's always in the same fucking spots. It's gonna be written in big letters. Just look! Just look! My mom struggles with bank stuff specifically, but I think she's gotten better at it. Meanwhile, I have not gotten better at being an adult, so I can't really judge her for being bad with tech. I don't even get people from my— I don't even get people in general! But here we are, still existing. And they ask you stuff that they would only know. Bro, yeah. Existing, but at what cost? It costs everything, man. Everything. 'Cause you lose it all in the end of it. Okay, I'm doing one last round of cheese that you guys can have. After that, I'll dip you, and I'm hoping that playing video game will distract me from my unending amount of itchiness. My PA is an IT grad, and he asked me about IT stuff. Oh boy. Your pa is an IT? That doesn't make me feel good. But it's a very basic smartphone. Mm-hmm. No, I know what IT means. It's just I saw two shortened version and my brain automatically went PA and IT. Monarch Red. Oh boy. I sure hope he does good service for the people who call him when he does his IT work then. Because that's not very promising. Although sometimes I gotta say the people who call IT people is just like, have you tried turning it on and off, and like the thing's not even plugged or some shit. And they'll tell you it is plugged, but it isn't. And it's like, ah. Love talking to people like that, huh? Okay. Let's slap myself awake. That didn't work. And now dip you guys in coffee. Maybe if I could dip myself in a giant mug of coffee, I would wake up too. I do want to be a tech at my job, no customer service, and you just fix the computer appliance and ship them out. You had me at no customer service. Work 76% of the time after all. Yeah, but other time, like you can restart it like 6 times and nothing. Or it just does it again because the source problem didn't really get taken care of. You guys, I'm trying to keep people in court. No! Don't distract me! I think Kel was already dipped. Yeah. Okay. Alright. You guys have been dipped. You guys have been dipped. I did it. I did it, guys. Now we're moving on to demos. Okay, let's stop the music because I don't know how loud everything else is gonna be. So the first demo I was asked to do is Mind Gun Renegade.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
You first! Give me a second, I need to check if the game starts, and then I'll do the hydrate. Game, please. You have coffee with you there? Yes. Always. Ow! That was loud. The fuck? Had to fast today for blood work. Practically down the coffee as soon as I got it. Okay, but that's not a substitute for food, so please also eat something. Game, please. You're too loud. We're almost at. Hang in there. My back is killing me. I'm out of rage. Relax, Marshall. After this, I'm treating you to some zillion tentacles too. No, not again. Last time I couldn't even leave the bathroom. That's it. The hangar is straight ahead. Okay, so you're not gonna give me any option for the window? Nothing? I don't love that. I got this. Getting some food coming. Good, good. Had some crackers with that coffee. Not great, but better than nothing. Just had to do something afterwards, so coffee was the only one I can get a small time frame. That's fair. Yeah, I know you can't see it. I was hoping I would get the setting first, but apparently, no. Not a big fan of it. Let me get Chatterino so I can still look at chat while I'm playing the game. No, not ChatGPT. Get out of here. Stupid recommendation. Try adding your account again? What? Oh, come on! I just did that! Like, fucking last week. Thank you, cultist. Let me see if I can relog in. I'm sorry for the repeated noise. Okay, now it's re-logged in, that's good. Can I have my overlay, please? Pop up overlay, thank you. Good. Okay, I'm ready to go. Look guys, I'm through. Where do we go now? I can't keep blocking bullets with my face. Give me a minute. I'm searching for a vulnerable spaceship. You guys see the speech now, right? I don't think that door's gonna hold much longer. And the line, thieves! Was the money worth dying for? A laser tank? Great! We're toast! Not yet. This one ship. Run! I'm not even voice acting properly. I can't be bothered. Come on, just work already! Where are we even going? Wait, they're both injured in the eye? Okay. I think we're low on fuel. We'll figure it out later. Just make the hyper jump! There goes nothing. Oh wow, that killed everybody, huh? That's strange. No signal. We're completely cut off. And we're out of fuel, so travel's off the table. At least we still have some power enough for basic function. Ugh, this ship reeks. I don't want to die here! Don't be dramatic. But yeah. None of us look great. There's some travel pods left, but we can't go with you yet. We're too weak. You can reach the nearest planet and find us help. I'm not sure how you'll make it back. Okay, I'll worry about that later. Hello, Master. We've reached our destination. Hope you make it to the core this time. What do you mean, this time? Master? Opening private storage. Oh, wow! This is exactly what I needed. I'm feeling much better. Just hope the owner of this ship won't miss this. Oh, he probably will. Unless you killed him. Like everyone else that was right in front of the ship. And this weird tablet. Maybe it belonged to the previous owner. I'll read it. I'll read through it. Maybe it has something useful to help us escape. And bring back snacks while you're at it. Snacks are the least of your worry, dude. Yeah, I'm going. That's a weird way to show he's angry. I like the pixel art so far, though. You got this. Destination set? Planet Pymo. Pymo? Never heard of that planet. New user recognized. Initiating extraction protocol. Project Nova. Wait, what? Extraction? Wait, ow! Did you just stick something in my neck? Ah. My head. Procedure complete. Approaching planet. Beginning subterranean excavation to first mine Gion. I'm not sticking needles into your neck. The fuck? I stick a spoon on your eyeball so I can scoop it in, but not a needle. Snack on a spaceship, that's gonna went stale fast. Not if you eat it immediately. That's just lady saying hi. Fuck off. Oh wow, that's a big jump. That's just the vitamin. That's just me making sure you have your daily vitamin. Hey. Oh. Another miner, huh? I'm ready to fight for these riches. Riches? Down here? Oh. You're not a miner. No. My crew and I were stranded near this planet and we're wounded, but... Wait, let's go back to that riches part. Young Pymo, the planet of opportunities. If you know how to trade what you dig up, New Olympia pays quite well. Minor, not minor? I don't know what the difference of saying it is. Decaf or just regular espresso? Decaf is starting 6 PM and up, so regular espresso. Say an ice cream scooper is better than a spoon. It's a little too big for your eye socket, actually. I know, I have one. Nah, it's just a movie joke? Oh. Okay. Come on, I'll show you, but you'll owe me a favor later. You just said you were ready to fight for the riches. First, pick one of these weapons. This planet is full of pods like this, and these plays can get dangerous. Oh, free weapon. How generous. Oh, look at them little blushes. Thank you for the pet. Automatic or shotgun? Although this one has the highest damage, apparently. Hi, Nix! Good luck at work! Oh, okay, don't push it, Detty. Hey, pretty smooth. Guys, I can't get out of the game to stab you, please. Okay, automatic then. Hi, Daddy. Here, Dad. Slimes are coming. Get ready. Reminder, if you like to flip, Brian made that flip. It's a good flip. And Brian's a good artist. That's it. Wait, what? You're not just some rookie. Nicely done. As I was saying. Watch out! What slime? I don't know why you screamed it. They're kind of slow. Let's use my special move. You can use the F key to fire your class ultimate. What's a F key on the controller? L1? So I just become a big guy? Can I do my usual pet? What, they don't work? Why did nobody tell me? What do you mean they work? What do you mean your usual pet? Now I'm confused. I got out of the game for this, goddammit. Take this! Oh! Oh! Okay, I've come down. Good. It's over. Take a deep breath and let's keep going. Wow. And I'll do it again! Here, take this pickaxe. You'll need it. Thanks. Nah, not at home till Sunday, so no PC. You can still copy-paste. That's easy. Maybe not as fast, but still. Food here is here finally. Hey, enjoy your meal, Lucy. Hey, Dad. What is this? Adaptive crystal. They only appear on this planet. They release experience orb. Curious, isn't it? Once you gather enough, you can materialize again. Oh no, you can't spam as fast as you used to. I guess you're just gonna have to settle for not breaking my system. Oh, you really know nothing, do you? It's tech that enhance your body. Many miner try to collect them to go deeper. L2? Okay. Sure. 250? Damn. But it— No! Motherfuckers. Here, take these extra experience orbs so you can materialize one. Press G to level up and choose a gadget. Bubble shield that blocks the first hit. Recharge upon entering each room. Killing an enemy has a chance to stun nearby foes, disrupting their defense momentarily. Or, unionize everyone. Ban everyone. Ban them all. Boost damage output for each key you possess, unlock potential with every key collected. But I'm gonna use the key, so I think bubble shield. What's that? Hurry up, old man. Look at that monolith ahead of you. It's enough of strained energy. You'll find plenty of these across Pymo. This isn't ordinary tech. They say it works like a network. This monolith is connected to others beneath the crust. Legend has it that people could travel through them. Well, I must be on my way. Well, it doesn't find itself. you ever need my service again, find me in the cave, but this time I'll charge you. If you strike it rich before me, you'll owe me a discount. What? Good luck with your problem. Even if we strike it rich, unless we can access people who buy the stuff, then what's the point? Whoa, where am I? Huh, I think this is the Monolith network. Guess that miner was right, but why did it only react to me? Rats? Each one looks different. I guess I'm picking my own way down. Hang on, guys, I'm coming back with help. I don't know what is what. Yes, description, thank you. So skulls are combats. Gear is gadget upgrade shops. The wheel thing is the exploration. What's the arrow, though? That doesn't even explain everything. What's the point of only giving partial explanation? What? Let's try that one. Yeah, you better IGR, I have a gun now. I'm not afraid to use it. Making such a fucking joke today? Yeah, why's that? What happened? You'd shoot me? I'd shoot anybody. I'm violent. Can you the event attack close gaps or traverse the battlefield with unprecedented agility? Grants a chance to avoid incoming damage, offering life-saving opportunity, or recover a set amount of health every time you enter a shop room. Let's go with that one. Don't need to heal if I don't receive damage. It's 12, and I've been to one job and 5 other things I was supposed to do have been cancelled because my boss didn't have the secretary call and book it ahead of time. So of course people aren't available last minute. Bruh. Do I shoot up automatically in the... Looks like I shoot automatically in the monster's direction. That's... I don't know if I find that helpful or boring. Can I turn that off? Yeah, you can't really replace the owner, unfortunately. I'm going to his daughter's house over an hour away to change a motor in her furnace. And she's not paying a cent for it? Bruh. The boss better be the one tanking that loss if he's not charging her for it. Overtime pay, I doubt it. I mean, the gameplay is pretty simple so far. But that's because I've only ever fought slime. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll get a little wilder. Maybe if I work over 44 hours this week. I thought it was supposed to be 40 hours. Why is it 44? That's bullshit. Unlock chest with a chance to receive your key bag. Maximize your resource and explore further. Mining speed. Or automatically restore to when your health drops below 50, then shatters. Let's go with that one. I think we're part-time employees. I don't think that shit matters when it comes to being paid overtime. Sorry, that should, not shit. The fuck? Why can't I get those boxes? Aww. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought the law was for 40 hours. Regardless of if, like, you're part-time or not. Who knows? We're telling you, GR. Just Google it. Precision enhanced rifle damage, making each shot hit harder. Use your maximum health. Select ingredient with a chance to receive double amount. Boost your resource gathering efficiency. Let's go for damage. Lady! Jesus! Guys, can someone firework GR, please? All of y'all's are pure humans. Stop it. Dumbasses. Unfortunately, being human sucks. But you are human. You're blowing my ass up? I'm blowing all of you up. Not just your ass. Nah, I'm built different, bruh. You tell yourself that. You just wait, one day I'll have money and I'll come to all of y'all's house and then I'll slap you with my sleeve. Gonna be a good old slap. It's gonna bam! Shake my head at you. Ow. Hey, when you have money, come visit me and my pet animals, okay? Man, I'm gonna have a, if I ever hit it rich, I'm gonna have a long list of people to visit. It's gonna be a long month. I'm gonna sleep for the next month after that. I'll buy you coffee. If I have money to visit, I can buy myself coffee. But thank you. With a stack of cash? I mean, I could and then just leave you the cash after. You know what? You've just given me an idea. Thank you. It's a deal. I'm gonna do that now. Slap you with some cash and then leave you the cash that I slapped you with for memories. Why is there so many? Fuck off! Oh! Oh, oh my god. The lurkers is the animals. That no, it would be you. You're the main lurker. Don't put yourself down. I can see a lot of dogs and cats every day, even if yours are adorable. Can I mine those mushrooms? No. There's a stolen blood sample with blood on it. What do you mean stolen? Oh, I'm full. What? Oh, they're doing stuff on Minecraft IP, but what make this Minecraft relatable? Sorry, what? So know how great I am, but my pets are funnier than me. I'm nervous. Hi, nervous. I'm Dylan. Lady, did you steal my blood from the doctor? No! Not yet. Now you've kind of ruined it. Man, I was gonna do blood painting with all of y'all's blood. Make it a community painting. But now you ruined it. You spoiled it for everybody. What he's trying to say is he's probably looking ashy as fuck right now. I can use my pickaxe for damage? Damn. I'm probably not gonna do that though. I think I've seen it all on this floor. Well, no, it is gonna make vampire die a bit. I mean, it depends entirely on who they eat from, isn't it? Well, I should say drink from. Oh, I gotta protect the payload! I failed miserably because I didn't know. Because no one told me. Thank you, game. Jesus Christ, how many slimes? Can I repair it? I can't. Like, this was just me guessing, man. The game didn't tell me shit. That's not cool. Oh, they're gonna keep spreading until I fucking get to the other side, huh? Fuck's sake. I'm dying because of a fucking card! Just kill me, I don't care. That was stupid. I was enjoying myself until the fucking payload thing. Starbucks and Dunkin' Donut not making normal coffee nowadays. You guys have Starbucks? And Dunkin' Donuts? Man. Only rich people order from Starbucks around here. And I haven't seen any in a year at least. And all the Dunkin' Donuts have closed. They don't exist anymore. Not around where I live, at least. Not even near Montreal. Ignorian! I wonder if they're still in Canada in general. I don't know, my last memory is being underground and then I died. Underground? You died? Hey, don't like this planet. On the contrary, this place is packed with minerals. We could get richer than we did with the Sister Olympia satellite hole. For them, Ma bought me a latte. I've no money for it, but free coffee is free coffee. Yeah, I've tried it exactly once too, because my friend took me there. Well, friends. Ex-friends? Yeah, ex-friend took me there. And I don't remember what drink I took, but it tastes like trash. It definitely didn't look like anything I see of the Starbucks shorts. Like, it wasn't covered in a shit ton of caramel sauce or nothing. So I probably ordered the wrong thing. Ah! Why? Who? What? When? Who did this? Who did it? That's why I'm getting out of the game to check. That sounded like a co-fi thing, I think. Spice! Spice! You've already been giving so much this month! The fuck? Don't run away! Don't run away! Take Take responsibility! Actually, what the fuck, dude? I just saw the amount. Actually, what the fuck, dude? This is the second one. This is the second one, man. Now I'm gonna have to guilt trip myself into not buying shit I don't need again. Should look in computer pieces. Maybe I can afford that right now. You're welcome. I would bite you, but I'm gonna thank you instead. Thank you. But the moment I see you, I might bite you. Let us help you spend it. What do you mean by that exactly? Hey look, we found this transmitter. Now we can see what you see and hear and talk to you while you're down here. Oh, perfect! I'm sorry, when he blushed, he's so fucking adorable. Look at him. Look at him, a little square. Oh. Okay. What things you've been wanting to get when you haven't gotten? Earrings I can leave on my ears all the time. A fake skull to put in a cloche. Computer pieces, because this baby needs to be upgraded real bad, because there's so many games I want to play that my computer can't handle on stream at all. Like, it keeps crashing the stream and it's sad. Maybe a dermatician appointment to remove the thing that's on my lip because it's gotten so big that I have a hard time going outside or drinking or eating. So that's fun. Some stuff for my cats. Yeah, that's about what I'm thinking at right now. Well, shot, yes, at you for purchase. See, but my trick works to save money. It's I just look at all the options until I have decision paralysis, and then I can just guilt myself out of buying stuff, and then I save money for stuff that's important, like groceries. Where would this money feasibly cover a computer part? I mean, I haven't checked that computer part prices, so I don't know what I can afford yet. But I think I could afford maybe one piece. Again, I still have to go over what does need updating and what doesn't. I don't know what my computer pieces are yet because I forgot where to check for it. The One Piece, yes. Yes, exactly. Luffy has nothing on me, man. Medical things on the board. See, but I've been looking for clinics, right, already to check for, like, maybe a free option. And the clinics say I need basically like a doctor bill already to be able to get the thing done. So if I need to see a doctor, which is weird, and like, I don't know. I was looking at it this morning and it's making me feel a little overwhelmed. But yeah, it is getting in the way, so I've kind of, I don't know, I've taped it up to try to keep it out of the way as much as possible because it's too big. Sorry, Luffy, you can't get a One Piece. I already bought it. Maybe part of it's just that I don't deal well with new situation. So looking for a doctor appointment when my only ever experience with doctors I've been in the hospital and waiting like 12 hours is not doing me a whole lot of favors. And doing that like a proper adult, but... A vacuum cleaner. What's H? I can't stay here. I need to keep searching for help. Godspeed. The fuck do I do with a vacuum? Sorry, this ended up turning into a rant. My bad. I was already there. When did you reload it at the big... whatever. Same thing here. See a doctor to see another doctor to get a referral to a specialist, and Z, you just go directly to the bloody specialist. So your stream lady, it's okay to say some things you need... I don't know. I feel like if I start talking about shit that bums me out, I just get stuck in a loop of talking more about it, and then I have a hard time to stop. And I don't want to bum everyone out by opening up about the stuff that bums me out. Because once I start, I don't stop. And that pisses me off. Wait, I can already get a pet? I kind of want a monkey. I'm getting the monkey. Look, guys, it's Shin! Hi, Proxy! How you doing? Anything fun for the weekend's gonna happen? No, it was a scavenger. They knew from the start. They hired me precisely because of that. For the routes, for the knowledge, for knowing where to patrol. And where they don't. They offered me a mission, the real mission. Descend to the center of the planet, extract an object with unlimited energy that could be worth more than a trillion of galactic coin. They say it's what we've been searching for over a century. And it could save our solar system from the scarcity resource. Just waiting for friend to wake up so we can do Pokemon. Ah. Cultist and Ferg have been playing a lot of Pokemon too recently. The offer is in a million, more money than I've seen in my life. They assured me there would be no conflict with the scavengers. Just go there and take the object and get out. I know what this is. It's a betrayal. To Pepito. To everything we built together. So every year I spend patrolling to protect exactly what they're now asking me to steal. But Pepito isn't here, and I have nothing. No job, no home, no future. The only thing I have is the knowledge of a planet everyone wants to exploit. I convince myself that nothing serious will happen. But I can do it without anyone finding out. That the offer is too good to refuse. I accepted. Forgive me, Pepito. Wow. We don't like betrayers here. Okay, cool. Attribute terminal unlocks a terminal aboard your ship that allows user to upgrade their attribute. Hey. Okay. Now, how the... Oh, I get to clean it myself? I know some people won't like this, but I do. Omni Musha release date got moved up to September 5th. Oh my god. Omni Musha? There you go. Mimusha, way of the sword. The sword is that way. I know you don't see me pointing, just imagine one of the way. Do you know the way? Hello? There you go. The way to the ultimate sword. The queen. And the sword. This is gonna look so much better in a minute. Almost like this wasn't an abandoned ship. Hey. Use the tank, so maybe resistance? Okay. Didn't I already read that? Okay, let's go. Let's go, Sheen. Oh wait, hold up. There's still some cleaning to do. If this is what cleaning was in real life, you bet your ass. My house would be really clean. I would clean all the time. This would be very satisfying. I'd just shove my broom on top of it and swish it around for a couple of minutes. And it's done. And I would do cleaning for a living. Don't worry about it. I'll clean that house till it's 100% completion. This is one of those why can't life be like a video game? This thing struggles to aim just a little bit. Like, I'm clearly on top of highlighted area, but... There you go. It's like it wants me to start cleaning it at a specific corner, which is stupid. See what I mean? There you go. Finally! Okay. No, we're definitely keeping normal difficulty, thank you. Let's go, monkey. Let's try shotgun this time. What the hell are these? What are those? would like a weapon, yeah. I don't really want to do payload after last time. Let's go with that one. Googly eyes? Give me a sec. I don't remember the shortcut for this one. There you go. Oh, it's F8. That makes sense. Is this what you wanted? Are you happy now? Oh, hello, 13. Where you went? Are you not entertained? Isn't this what you came here for? You can never tell where I'm looking. Cause I can't either. Ma'am, choose a spot. Either you're on top of the chair or you're on my lap. Don't just keep going up and down. It's driving me insane. Okay, looks like the cat wants a little bit of attention. You know, I should have probably made it move more all the time, but... it does move around when I'm talking. So that's something. Yes, ma'am, I'm already petting you. You big needy kitty. Gotta love having tree needy cats. They're all needies in different ways. So, you guys come here often? Sorry, my hands are a little busy with the cat right now. So, but I'll go back to playing right after she's feeling like she's got enough attention. Any day now. At one point I'll get a second camera so I can have a cat cam. I think that'll be neat. So you know, you guys can say hi to the cats. Yes, baby, hi. Plus, people love cat cam, I think. If you don't love a cat cam, then what kind of monster are you? Can I go back to playing now? Can you do? A little more? Okay. Any day now. The happy kitty. Oh, on the chair? There you go. She's done. Oh, never mind. She's back. Ma'am! Pick a side! Pick a side! I'm not petting you on top of the chair. God damn it. She doesn't ask for affection very often, but when she does, she's asked for it for a long time. You're drooling on yourself, girl. You're drooling on yourself. Okay, you know what? To thank you for your patience, because my hands are busy with a cat. Have a few cheese. Fight for them if you want. I don't care. Ma'am, can I go back to streaming? Do I have your permission? Do I have your permission, boss? No, only pets. Welcome to Petting Stream, where I pet the cat that you can't see. What a stream. Thank you, come again. At least if you guys could hear her purr or something. Although she's not that big of a purr. Oh, I think I liked my other gun better. Alright. Oh. Girl, stop. Stop it. I'm not putting you on top of the chair. Stop it. And now she's climbing my ass. Sorry, my shoulder. My ass was more of an expression as in to say me. Ma'am, could you not? Thank you. Jesus. Radioactive mushroom? We're doing mushroom, guys! Mushroom's back on the menu, boys. And the cat left. She's officially done. Or she's officially angry at me. One of the two. Might be patting, because I'm not petting her enough. Oh. Ow. Why is it that slimes are like poison? Motherfucker, just stepping on his puddle is killing me. Slowly. Gently. This is how life is taken. My understanding is that this is multiplayer, so I think this would be a lot more fun with 1 or 2 more people. Hey, there's my XP. Let's see. I would enjoy that, thank you. Plutonium? I wish I could run. Okay, there's nothing here, so we're pretty much done with this part of the map. Is that a monkey's hell? Can the monkey suffer? I hope not. I'm not trying to kill Shin here. Oh, I'm jumping. Okay, destroying a mineral has the chance to launch a homing missile at nearby minerals. Interesting. Upon death, retain an additional percent of your collected coins. Secure your fortune beyond the grave. Hey, we did it. I went out, I'm back. Hi, back, I'm dies a lot. No regrets. Oh, hey, he's back. I forgot his name. But then with death receives mine resource with a relative stranger for hire. He's not a stranger. Hello? Do I not have the money? No, I don't. Okay. Damn. Mining has a chance to drop a bomb that damage nearby minerals, speeding up the resource extraction, boost the movement speed of nearby player, enhancing their agility. Restore a portion of health each time you level up, keeping you in the fight longer. Ooh, skulls. Mine. I like skulls, guys. Your skeleton is the most beautiful part of you. It's a shame that it's hidden by your skin and muscles. But with a knife and a little patience, we can change that today. Do I have enough to hire him? Let's go check. Because I don't remember the price. Aha! See, I have a team now. Alright, another level up. So far, so good. Movement speed. Boost your movement speed. Allows you to traverse the battlefield, spread my run, and invade faster. Spread free coin whenever you enter a shop. Chance for my barrel to drop coins. Let's go with that one. Since I'm taking home a part of my coins. Resource spot. Let's wait a little bit before we use that. Alright, let's see what's mineable. Skull is not mineable. Damn. What about a bench? No. Well, that's technically a stool. I don't know why I called it a bench. Alright, well, clearly I'm full on minerals, so... Oh, sorry, bud. Kill a bug today and get free buff, guys. Just like real life. That spiders you've been hiding away from? It's XP. Go get it. Go get it, team. That mosquito that's been stinging you? Go get it, team. That centipede that you just found in your cereals? Go get it, champ. Hi, Evie! How you doing? Is that a shot? Ooh, okay. Center mass is strange, but that sound satisfies even your victim. Damage 100 or 500 to mid-range plasma blaster, a few generation late, but it works. I kinda want it. I had the money for that. Nah. Okay, no one's angry at me for destroying a barrel. Cool. Okay, thank you, bye! I got to sleep and my brain decided to punish me for it. Hey, I need help. My crew is injured and stranded in orbit. I just need... Help? Is that what they say now? What? No, listen, seriously. I've heard that story 100 times. I'm lost. I just need to pass through. I'm not like the others. They always stop and end up the same. Looting, mining, taking everything they can. Of course they are. Resource or resource. You're a scavenger too. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't even know where we are. Ever since Nueva Olympia opened the borders, I'm all filled up with parasite likes you. I'm done talking, Garrett. You're literally a scavenger! How do I look at my equipment? That's a PlayStation. That looks like an Xbox controller. What do you mean? Where's the weapon I bought? It was the other. Literally, they said going to the left was switching weapon, but going to the right is what changed my weapon. That's amazing. I'm so glad. So glad I discovered that after the battle. That's great. That makes me feel so good inside. Oh. Aye. Better late than never is what they say. Creating electric tap when dashing, zapping nearby enemy with electricity. Enhance your luck, increasing chance of finding rare item. Weapon with bounce knife ricochet you between multiple enemy. Turn your attack knife for better. Shit, I don't know. I don't know what has chain. Shit, that one had. Ah! Turns out I'm stupid. It's fine. We'll know for next time. We learn. We live and we learn. As long as we're alive. The only people that don't learn is people that think they know everything. And dead people. Dead people can't learn because they're dead. Except if you're undead. I guess that does count. I guess you can learn. You're allowed to. You're not gonna grow though, but you're gonna learn. I guess they only design one controller picture. Really? We're almost at the last boss. I want to get to the last boss before I can call it and do another demo. If possible, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna survive. Not entirely, at least. Dang, sorry guys. Cemetery Mad lesson cancelled, that's right. Unless they're undead, they ain't gonna learn shit. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time, Evie! There's no brain left on those skeletons. That's why they're stupid. Oh, wow. Jesus. Don't do that. Ow. Posture check. I just checked them. My posture is straighter than your mom. You're welcome. Damn straight. Oh! On one hand, I'm sad I lost my companion. On the other, the companion gave me a lot of money from dying. I don't know if that's the money I paid him to like... Did I get my money back from him dying? Should I just loot my dead companions? I mean, I did already, so it's too late for that question, but... Listen, I see money, I take money. My mom is in fact not straight. Well, I'm glad she's out of the closet. Hey, does that mean I unlocked a new companion? Sweet. Oh, that's the reason. These things. Always loot the dead. Well, you heard next. I'm not liable for the fact that I stole money from dead people. I'm supposed to know it. Hey, I can't believe Shin outlived the miner. Shame on you, miner. You suck. Dramatically reduce the cooldown of your ultimate ability, letting you unleash your most powerful skill and ability more frequently. Gain a chance to avoid damage. Increase fire rate, but reduce weapon damage. Oh my god! My ultimate is good for mining. Wait, why did it go dark? Hello? Who turned off the light? It's dark in here. My ultimate is good for mining. World's first dwarf. Well, you know what they say, finders keepers. These guys don't need it anymore. Okay. Well, we know where it is at least. But there's still stuff to get, and therefore I will stay. Ah. See, I got a whole ass other fucking level up from this. We killed everybody. Wait, almost actually. There's still one murder to do. Right here. Nah, I believe we killed everybody. How come I can just walk over some and others I have to mine? Okay, we found a log. That's cool. And there's some ores over there that I can get for extra resource. I think, yep, right over there. Find the monolith to escape. Okay. Simple enough. Man, my storage for these resources are so... it's so small. I get so many mining opportunities, but I can only hold 10 of them. What the fuck, man? Oh, nice, level up. Spawns an orbiting drone that damages minerals on contact as it circles around the player. Yeah, sure, why not? I still get money from mining those, so... Aha! Almost to the boss. Almost. That was it? Sweet, because my health can't take much more of that. There's money right here. Am I gonna see new ores soon? Because I've only seen the one. Alright. Okay. Set amount of bullets at regular interval. Keep 15 instead of 10, man. Proportion of health. Maybe. I kind of need more health right now. Yeah, I need my weapon to recharge better. How much money do I have? Okay. So I can upgrade more than one. Okay. Let's keep it at that. There you go. No reason I can't make a little money after spending money. Yeah. Not that. But that does. Maybe I should make it a little more obvious what is mineable and what isn't. Or make everything mineable. Okay, that hurt a little bit, but that's fine. Each time you eliminate an enemy, there's a chance to create a temporary whirlwind to boost the speed of nearby ally while decreasing their damage. Ugh, no. We're going for a coin bill. For some reason. My monkey ain't doing too hard. Unless he also has his level up, and that's what the bar is, but I don't think so. Monkey, no! Oh, okay, you select. Oof. Never mind. That's how you die first. I need a pee. Like, real bad. You ever just, like, hold up your pee long enough that you forget that you need to pee and then just get reminded very rudely way later? Same happened to me with hunger, too. Like, if I wait long enough and I don't eat, I kind of just forget that I needed to eat. And then I get reminded when I get super shaky. Sorry, bug, it's for my own good. Oh, so he dies but he just reappears? That's confusing. Why even give him a health bar then? Or does he reappear after fights? Level up, there's a chance to deploy a zone that boosts damage for all the player inside it. Ultimate recharge dramatically reduce the cooldown of your ultimate ability. Reduce bomb damage by X, providing better protection against explosive impact. I'm gonna reload that. I guess I can get another merchant boon? That's not really what I wanted, but I don't want to use all my dice on one level up. That's kind of, less than ideal. Imagine dying to a slime. Considering how there might be considered, like, a beginning monster, it feels bad, man. You don't want to die to a slime. Hey, there's the boss room. It's gonna be a giant slime, isn't it? Oh, ew. What the hell? It opened the door? Don't tell me you're scared of something that small. Scared? No. I'm just not used to slime opening ancient doors. Let's check it out. Well, you should at least be suspicious. I'd say they don't usually open the door unless they're inviting you to come die. Notice how there's decapitated bodies and shit? I do. I do notice. Idiots. That's a tramp. Feed the biome boss. Maybe I will. Oh. Neat design for a slime. Oh my god. No. Wait, what? This is a second. Ah! It's chasing me! Oh, now I know why it's chasing. Ah, oops. On. Yeah! I don't see his health bar at all. I don't like that. You got it. They got slimes? Ha ha ha! And this? Did it leave it behind when it died? Maybe we could sell it. I mean, taking advantage of the situation. Looks interesting. Take it to the ship and analyze it. I'm just gonna step on all of them, just so you know. I don't need to, but I can. And this is revenge. Okay. Just squish it. Just squish it, squish it. Just squish it. Just squish it, squish it, squish it, squish it, squish it. Dum, dum, dum. Just squish it, squish it, squish it. Dum, dum. Yes, yes, yes. Money, money, money. Thank you. Yes, I know. Yep. Alright. So, I'd say my opinion of this game so far, from what I've seen, is that it's fun enough. It doesn't really stand out from the rest of its genre, but you get a pretty decent version of what you could expect from a roguelike that has like some bullet hell element. It's okay. I like it. It's not unforgettable, but it's fun. On that note, though, I'm gonna have a lunch break because I really need to go to the bathroom. And we'll have more demo when I'm back. In the meantime, you guys enjoy your free boss battle and the control over the playlist. If you want to switch music, we have previous and next song that you can use. It's just 1 point. I'll see you guys soon. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully I wasn't too long. Hey, congratulations on today was round chat. Let me know if you want an additional dip or an additional jingle. Well, actually I can jingle, never mind on that one. I think they were gonna better have the NPC warrior actually attack instead of being sponges. Yeah, they're warriors, not tanks. It'd be like that sometimes. Okay, Mike, thank you. Let me just start the next demo. Next is Swordcery. And after this one, it's just demos that I found. Or that friends recommended. Any day. Any day now. Any day now. Yeah. Hey, I can make it now full screen. It's cool. Let's go medium. And lower the volume just a little bit. There we go. How's the capture on you guys' side? Ooh, it's up. There you go. Alright, let me pin the title for you guys. Random Swordcery. Now, I usually check to make sure there's no generative AI in the video game, but if you catch AI bait in a game and I missed it, let me know. This isn't specifically because of this game, it's just because I thought about reminding you guys. It's raining sun. Hallelujah, it's raining sun. I don't know that you should just like sit yourself on a fucking little perch of a gate if there's a giant smoke wall coming towards you. I feel like you should try to hide behind something at that point. But that's me. Press RB to attack. Press RB repeatedly to light attack combo. That's a choice. Alright. I just want to hide the loading screen. Enemy's unflinchable attack, indicated by star, uninterruptible light attack. Press RT to heavy attack them. Sorcery armored are uninterruptible by any attack. Press LT to use sorcery to break their armor sorcery method. Jesus, I'm not gonna remember that. Ow. Okay, I can finally fucking move. edge of the universe, Switzer launched a sword forward of spinning boomerang that strikes on the way out and back. Oh, jeez. Okay. Simple enough. Switch forward, hold left towards a sword and release the switch. Open inventory to view ability instead. This one hits much harder, but it is slow as fuck. Entering the sheet. Okay. Why are you making me walk back? Let me explore! Let me explore! What the fuck? That's stupid. Man, if you don't want me to look, at least just put a wall or something. Don't make my character walk all the way back to the portal. Fuck you. What's it? Okay, so fight. Or a coin. Coin? Okay. I already... okay, there you go. So I'm back to only my starting sword. That's definitely a decision. Ow! Fucker! Ow! Hi, Xenos, how's it going? Oh, jeez. Okay. Hiding from the wave of heat? Same. But it's been super humid, so even though it isn't technically that warm, it feels that warm. Which sucks. Cheese! Yes, cheese. Cheese is good. Thank you for the pet.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I'll do that in a minute if you don't mind. My coffee's a little too warm. I mean, I could just let him die. Ow! Shit. How the fuck? How the... Huh? How do I do that? Oh. Oh, I see. I see now. Okay, that makes more sense. This way allows you to charge and release cutter blade projectiles. It's a pizza cutter! I have a pizza cutter. What? Oh! Okay. Slice me a slice. You want me to turn you into a slice? Okay. That can be arranged. Yeah, I have money. What happened? It sounded like she was meowing, but then she was about to puke. You just want to leave it? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Okay. Well, while this is happening, let me fire word. Oh, not me. Not me, Daddy. Here you go, Daddy. Here's your slice. I do slice. They're not very even, but it will do. And now let's see if I can hide it. Here's my coffee, drinkable temperature. I know. It doesn't taste very good though. Hey. 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 Okay, back to the game. Don't think I put enough sugar in that coffee. You know when your coffee tastes like water? But like dirty water? That's what my coffee tastes like. My aim is off. Jesus. Oh, almost. Aha! I like my pizza cutter so far. A katana. Hurricane sorcery creates powerful gust of wind that sends most of me flying back. Huh. Okay. I see what you're putting down. Ow! That shouldn't count for my cooldown of heavy attack if I got interrupted. That's what I think. Chivalry, who said it was dead? Lots of people. Wait, what? Wait, what? What did I do? Okay, there you go. So the only rare one is the pizza right now. Switzer allow you to charge down then Switzer maneuver down in your pad. The owner chivalry, the shadow, celestial, listen to the too much text. I don't care enough right now. Maybe if I get more into the game. Oh, so I can send more. God damn. Okay. Man, when the tutorial started, I almost thought it was gonna be like one of those tower defense thing where my character doesn't move and it just slices at them. Nah. Combat almost feels slow here and there, but I could make them faster by just being more aggressive, I guess. What do they do? Contain a sword from every sword class? I don't have that kind of money. And why are there cat people? I also don't have the money for that. Damn. Can I just come back? Oh, how are you holding up, my boy? I'm not. What's the news? Pushing recipe? Hardly time for that, but my recipe, it's a secret. Grandma got her ways of concocting. You don't look like a grandma. I'll pass the recipe down to you when it's time, my boy. Love you, kid. Now get out there and knock them dead. See you, Gran. Still using only sorcery? Don't dodge! Oh my god. There you go. Chopper's still there, right? Yeah, okay. Cool. So I have $200. Not quite enough for what I want. And it doesn't seem like I can sell stuff. Which is a shame. I didn't get really a tutorial of how to... Ow. Oh my god, a healer? Fuck you! I just took a potion too. Aww. This is gonna be a long day. Fuck you. Yes, it is, actually. Thank you for noticing. Do you like my giant pizza cutter? That's on my side, guys. If you're wondering that sound, that was on my side. That's me. Sorry. Kind of odd and fire. Hell yeah. Man, waiting after my mana is horrible. Let me have it. Ah. I hope it's not one of those where I'm just supposed to only kill them with the thing and not, like, only fight with the thing. And I've just been over-interpreting the thing. Alright, no healing. This is taking me too long. Oh my god. Why couldn't you die there? Piece of shit. Thank you. What's that? Goodness, you filthy casual. Okay. Man, why do people hate on casual? Casuals aren't filthy. They wash as much as anyone else. Okay, you're dead. I used... For real? I missed all of... Wow. Wow! I can't with this shit. I wanna go. Okay, now your turn. No. No. Battle scared. Damage per sword vampire and dual sword in it. Okay. Are you not entertained? He's doing all the reference. Deco! Hello. You just got here though. How could you possibly be entertained? Oh wow, missed. Then I fired again. Then I missed. Then I have puffs. Ow. Fuck. Can't believe I killed a mushroom. I might have been lurking. The audacity! How could you? No dip for you. Cider Mary and twin of House Taco. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That checks out. Yes, a potion! Let's go! I needed one of these. Okay, I have 300 now. I might be able to get the cool sword. If I can just find a store. I know they taught me the button for that, and then I promptly forgot. I don't have the money. Oh my god. Oh my god, come on! I can't sell nothing! Aww. Yeah, my damage is lagging behind. That takes way too many hits. That's crazy. There you go, at least no more poison. Boy. A piece of a power of your choosing. When ending the Red Sword heavy attack, create deadly orbital slash, then deal moderate knockback. Light attack upgrade. Katana, light attack finisher, deal an increased amount of damage. Like on a specific weapon, or I'm a little confused by that one. Okay, it's either the pizza or the sword, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna take the sword. I want to bring some sword. That's pretty quick. Oh, Jesus! Okay. Nice. It'd be good if I had better aim, though. Nice. Oops. Oh well. Listen, I'm playing with controller, man. Why are you showing a mouse cursor? Oh my god. I hate when they do that. I'm literally loaded. Ow. Why does his reach? Fuck you. Roll for new upgrade. Dual sword, katana, and short sword. Pretty sure mine is a short sword. Great sword, light attack, combo, finisher, create a forward moving vertical slash. No. Okay. There's so many rooms. Although none of them feel all that different from each other. Okay. I appreciate that they don't make me search for the last enemy, though. Okay, I'm missing a little bit of money. Oh, whoops. I just get shit for free? Hell yeah. I love dual swords. It's so cool. No. Okay. Alright, that's the block. Okay. After gore. Showcase this! Man, my shortcut doesn't work. Maybe it will! No! Okay. Okay, check it. Again? Okay. Use the hydrant. I just checked and you're straighter than my back. You're welcome. No, I'm smooth. My meal is ruined. And all around me are familiar faces. We're not faces. We're not faces. Ow. Why? This ultimate sucks. It's mixed feeling today. I was feeling like trash before I started the stream, and then chat helped, kind of. Oh my god. I'm gonna die, isn't it? What? How the fuck do I change my weapon? I forgot. I want my brimstone. That's not it. No. Ah! There you go. Circle. Thank you. I'm trying my best. Don't tell me that! Bruh. I don't want to know how many points you have. Rude. Can't believe Taco is bullying me. A fox? Oh. Okay. I'm dead. I would never. You just did! I'm being bullied on my own stream. Repair, upgrade, and unlock. Okay. I'm sorry to put you guys on BRB right after I came back from lunch, but I'll be like 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I gotta do something. I'm back. Sorry about that. Hopefully that was less than 5 minutes. Welcome back. Thank you. Oh! There was a better way on my bed. Hey, man, congratulations on winning today, Battle Royale. I mean, the most violent chatter. Would you like an additional dip? You were almost there, JR. Almost. But the list pulsed gently, exuding an air of curiosity as if it had a secret to share. Invoke? I guess. Oh, I got 0 point. Amazing. Love that. I love that for me. No. Not dead. Oh, now I can explore around? Nope. Never mind. What about over there? See? They could literally just block it with the barrel. There was no reason to just force my character to go back. What the hell is that? Oh, that's Grandma. Those are muddy boots and my clan floor are cold, so help me. Come here, let me look at you. What's on your mind, my boy? And don't say nothing. Is there a friendship system? Now, where in the world did you cruelty? Do you know what this is? This isn't pocket money. Do you know what an old bro could do with this? Never quite managed a recipe of chase. Well, thank you, my boy. Old Grand will put it to very, very good use. Not anymore. Actually make her look old, though. If she's a grandma, make her look old. All she's got is white hair. She doesn't even have white eyebrows. Bruh. Talking with my grandson, now Dad, I've always got time for. You okay, Gran? Me? Psst. I'm fit as a fiddle and twice as sharp, my boy. You worry about the monsters, I'll worry about the worrying. Your girl's wetter, worse than a few sword falling out of the sky, believe me. Man, if sword just started raining out, no one would be outside when it rains. Too dangerous. Right, or some idiots would be, and then they would either die or have their car totally crashed. Maybe she dyed her eyebrows. You don't dye your eyebrows and then forget your hair, man. Maybe your mom dyed your eyebrows. Realize this isn't a shop anymore. It's about everything my sister and I built. And this guy just back away slowly. Now we're right back to nothing again. I'll come back. Okay, so she needs 3 jewel to rebuild her shop. Let the abs bear the pain, brother. Not the way the heart does not. Ah, a visitor. Forgive us. We grieve the only way Hermans know how. One more sec, Herman. One more. Yeah, guys, you want to grieve? Just hit the gym. Yeah, I've just made a very weak enemy, lady. Oh, thank goodness. At least it's not a strong one. Greg! What about Greg? Greg? Sorry about the forge. Greg. Oh no, he only says Greg. I'll be back later. Who the fuck are you? You're coming a mile off. That's a lot of armor for someone with so little to do. How would it then? I've got actual work to get back to. You know what? You're not getting any of my soul tar, Jim. What the fuck? I'm doing one more run and then switching to the other demos. I think 2 runs is a good amount to look at how a game works. Because this is a preview after all, not like a full walkthrough of the demo. No, what do I invoke? Oh. Oh, that's what those are for. Okay. There was one at the store and I didn't touch it. Ow! Don't bully me! Fuck you. Diesel Sorcery allows you to start up its engine. Once revved, it releases fire projectile and light attack. While revved, you also deal sorcery damage on each strike. Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god. I'm gonna die. That wasn't even where my character was. Oh well. I think I'm gonna die early. Maybe I should count it as not a game. Yeah. Let's not count this one. It was too short. I should have just felt the challenge. Oh, fuck off. I hate you. There you go. Yeah, you know what? I'm willing to part with this one. Got my nails painted? What color? What does that do? A respawn flame? That's what this does? Okay. I'm very suspicious of you, Lucy. Wait, what? Why? Projectile? I don't know what that means. Like a brownish reddish? Okay. Projectile damage for each missing point of sorcery? Okay. I wasn't aware there were projectiles, but... There you go. It's in tavern? Time to judge Lucy's nails. Okay, that's a nice red, actually. I like it. I wouldn't mind my hair being that color. But still like it. Yeah, that's fair. Got a very vampire-looking look, though. Wow. Sentence. Wow. I sentence so good, guys. That's why I'm a streamer, clearly. You like my sentences? I don't even like this. Okay. There you go. How about we don't attack me? Thank you. How's the game though? I mean, they're fine so far. I like them just fine. They don't grab necessarily my attention any more than any other game in their in the genre they belong in. You know what I mean? I like the humor this one has, though. Doesn't seem to be that much of a story so far, though. To be fair, it is the demo. Okay. Well, I do have one respawn. I'm too broke for these, so. Ah! Nice. Ah! Okay. Nice. I do need more help. Aha. Okay. I think I need to heal. I go back up there. Don't take damage? I don't know how I'm supposed to do that. Unless it's a small room. It's a pretty small room from the looks of it. Wait, what? Okay. Sure, dude. Follow your dreams, man. And if that dream is dying for my sake, why not? It's a fucking knife! Bon appetit. You know what? I've warmed up to this sword actually. Don't dodge. Lovely. That's just, I can't! That's the whole challenge, Lucy! Do you not read? Might have to check this out. This is sorcery, if you like it. Like I said, decent humor as far as I'm concerned so far, which I like in a game from time to time. I don't know about the variety so far. It's not that big. I haven't seen that big of an amount of different sword, but I've only had 2 runs, and for all I know, you have to unlock some, you know. Ow. Oh, I can dodge now. Oh my god. Possessor! Hey, you, don't run it! How many games to check out to little time? That sounds like a you problem. Oh my god, I can use it as an actual pair of scissors. I'm playing with safety scissors, man. I yeeted him out of the room! Amazing. There we go. Are we done? Looks like it. Okay, what type of sword is it? It's a great sword. Added a combo finisher creates a forward moving vertical slash. Deal sword heavy attack can be changed just an odd orbital slash. Let's go with that one. Nice! Okay. Ooh. That's a pretty room. Base damage on respawn and 15% shadow and poison damage up on respawn. Retroactive applies. Or minus 15 on all shop prices. Let's go with the coupon. Session needs to come out on digital already. I'd rather anything takes more time and comes out properly than comes out early and turns out to be trash, you know what I mean? Been into Yeetus for a while, shouldn't be really hard to port to streaming service. They'll get there. They're probably just are having to clean up after the eye first or something. I don't know. know it's in a lot of translation service, so maybe. Ow. Damn it. I need more money. Damn. Okay, can I afford to buy another release spot? Thank you. Okay, boss time. Ooh, don't fall in the pit. It's always the same boss, okay. Oh! He pivoted! I can't afford to be close range with him, so I might as well just only do fucking range attack. Off. I was outside of the train. Ah! I'm angry. That's bullshit. Alright. Well, you saw 2 runs. I would like more dashes. If I have to deal with it, I would like a little more dashes. Because if you're gonna show me a clear cone of what the attack is gonna reach, and then it reach past that, give me more dash. Or actually make it exact to the hitbox you showed me. Because fuck you. I'm salty. But otherwise I like the humor. The variety is, you know, it's okay-ish for 2 rounds. I would need to play more to know if the variety is actually good. But I think there's probably gonna be enough in the full game. It is a demo after all. If they don't randomize the bosses, I do hope that there's multiple, because I don't know. Personally, I like it better if there's randomized boss. Because in roguelike, the whole point is the replayability, and if the boss is always the same, it's gonna, you know. But that's me. Now, this one, starting from here, it's all games that I've either found or that chat or friends recommended to me. So, this is demo. Already very ominous music. tiny, tiny bit loud for me. Oh, weird. Okay, setting. Where's this at? It's at 50. Okay, let's. Okay, then 30 sounds good. You guys let me know if it's too loud for you. That's local only. I don't want to play with people right now. Oh, can I only play with multiple? This said I could play alone too. Fuck. What? Okay, well, never mind. Next demo. That's disappointing. I could have sworn it said I could play alone too. Brave. You had enough googlies. Alright, next is Retro Space. If it starts. If it starts. Please start. It says it's shaking shaders. I love that in demos. Well, it's halfway there. Oh, we're halfway there. Why won't it capture? Maybe after it's done with the shaders. What happened in the game? Well, the first game I tried, it seemed to say I could play alone, but then I tried to start a game alone and it wouldn't let me, so I switched to the next one. And this one is downloading shaders, so it's gonna be a minute. I'm sorry. Any day now. Any day now. Weird. Maybe I misread, you know? It happens. It's too bad though, because it looked really neat. And I don't want to play with randoms. So, oh my god, don't do that with the camera. That's not cool, that's just nausea. Okay, can I... Not high quality, thank you. I have not full screen. Hey. So, thin current demo retro space. Oh no, no, one of these. It fucking returned to full screen. I hate that. Don't allow me to change and apply it If you're just gonna switch it back immediately, that's bullshit. That's literally bullshit! Yes, keep. Shut up. Wait, you're gonna stay that size, right? Okay. New game. Engage.
Remember, the Golden Journey serves the interest of all humanity. We set out on this voyage to find a new homeland for all of us. We chose the most exceptional individuals for this mission, including you. Be proud that you are part of humanity's greatest venture.
Yay! Yes, I don't think it went well. May the tears of those left behind power engine. Jesus, okay. That's rude. Knowledge is power. Some doors are accompanied by padlock style button. You can lock these doors, preventing people you don't want to see from getting in. Lovely. Hey, stream working alright on you guys? Just making sure that it's not too heavy for my thing. Oh my goodness. It's been fine? Okay. I'm still lowering the quality just in case. The dev might have actually cared about optimizing, man. Imagine? If only. Oh my god, it's fucking dork. Can't see shit. Okay. Hello? Is that a couple holding? Are they dead? I mean, they're outside in space, I think. So, I'm pretty sure they're dead. But they're looking not very frozen for dead people. Ah, well, at least they went out together. That's gonna be like, it makes no difference.
Cowboy. Welcome to the medical section. If I'm not mistaken, a certain Dr. Nebula has been in contact with you. Good. For now, we have a mutual goal.
What?
Get to Professor Hammond's office and unlock the quarantine lockdown. After that, you and I will be alone for a while.
Okay. Okay, I can hit with that. Is that line for you guys? I don't really need a cleaner, I don't think. Oh my god, I can grab everything. Don't be afraid to cry. Let us remember the days of tears and the loved one we have had to leave on Earth. Okay. I mean, that's better than don't cry. They don't deserve to live anyway, I guess. How do I switch tool? How do I switch to game, please? Hello? Ow! You know, I deserve that.
Dome chamber activated. Come back to us if you have any injuries. Please
okay.
Note, we do not take responsibility for lost body parts.
What do you mean lost body parts? I'm broke. Okay. That's a shitty looking helmet. I'm not gonna. Oh my god, I'm just gonna see ads directly in front of my eyes? That's disgusting. For your safety! Oh no. Who needs body parts? I would like to keep my body parts, thank you. For example, I draw with my hands. And I walk with my legs. It's practical, Lucy. Weapon wheel is the one? I've already tried that though. Okay. That's it? Alright then. You forget written or you can always... okay. God, it's really like ads directly on my face. You can't skip them if you're wearing a helmet that plays it. Why did you close? You better not get back up. I will shoot you, I swear to God.
Emergency alert deactivated. Safety lock has been released.
Why? I'm going to the med bay. I didn't think the robot would shoot me. Is that why everyone's dead? Bruh. Is it even safe to get healed if the machines are what's killing me?
Thank you for choosing our service.
Okay, that works. I think. Okay, I have to charge it beforehand. Your own child? Jesus. That's gonna take out my bullets, isn't it? I don't like this. Can I not destroy him? That sucks.
So good. Helo dome chamber activated. Come back to us if you have any injuries. Please note, we do not take responsibility for lost body parts. Work. So good. Have you already reviewed your faults in your audio log today? Remember, work. So good.
Can I turn him off? Well, shit.
So good.
I can't turn him off unless I have the password. Well, he's dead.
Rachel had another jealous rage and read all the virtua mails, even the stage 4 ones. Is she nuts? Anyway, you'll find the code for the exam room on the reception, or if you really can't help it, you can crawl into the vent. Although I wouldn't do that if I were you. I heard strange noises coming from there.
Yeah, I can hear those. I don't like it. Why is there bugs in the fucking thing?
I love my job so much. Tired of chewing and swallowing all the time and stop living in the past. With Fatso capsules, I love my job so much.
I'm not seeing a... Maybe he means somewhere else.
I love my job so much.
Human head. Oh no! What did I get myself into? Yay! See, you do need body parts. This one won't open. I hate it! Stop making those noise! Ugh.
Has the Day of Tears spoiled your mood again?
Oh, I can jump. Okay.
Thank you for choosing our service.
Optional, yes it is, but why put yourself in unnecessary what? In unnecessary danger. Okay. So many wrench. You sleeping or are you dead? You're dead.
You answered the letter. Now, like me, you are a part of this place.
Did you know? Why the fuck did I do that?
X32 is right. You know, being a janitor is a privilege. It's not a life-threatening, tiring, and extremely deadly job in which you essentially live as a slave and have no contact with anyone but each other. No, not at all. It's a badge of honor.
Okay, there's too many sounds happening at the same time, and they're all too much of the same level. I need to... Let's start with that and see how that goes.
And besides, hiding in the dark, crouching in secret passageways, being silent all the time, it's like we're some kind of ninjas. More like space ninjas. Yeah! That sounds awesome. Well, I guess the ship's about to start. In fact, fuck! I'm already late!
Did they already know they had stuff in their fucking van? Like, why did he need to be super quiet? Where am I? And when? I need to know what happened as soon as possible. Find Professor Hammond's office. I need to find the office of Professor Hammond, the head of the medical section. From there, I'll be able to unlock the quarantine locks that are blocking several parts of the station. Okay. Map? Okay, that's not gonna... Okay, so that's locked. I killed one here. I don't know if there's more. But this is blocked. Maybe I do need to be in the vent. I don't want to stick in the vent though. Locked. Yep, I do have to be in the vent. Lovely. Oh, it's great. Such a good time. Fun time is better than shelter? What the? Oh no. Please come back. No, thank you. Okay, so that's where I came from. I don't need to drop down here. And why would it shoot me? And that's where I came from. Okay, so this is the entrance for the vent that I found. And then the other side leads to the middle, which is kind of where I came from before I even found that I could go in the vent. Right here. Bad drop. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I think I'm stuck here. Nope. Oh, he killed him? So he can be useful. Okay. Never mind, it wasn't the center part that I thought it was. So it'd be nice not to be shot down. Damn it, I don't know the password. You didn't say it. Don't know. Ew. No. I don't like what I just heard. Groove it care. What's that supposed to mean? Oh no. What was that? What is that? Oh no. Yep, that's... I went all the way around. Okay. I'm gonna shoot the thing privately. I know I have a bottle. Where is it? Or maybe I don't?
Tired of chewing and swallowing all the time when you eat? Stop living in the past.
Switch into rocket speed and rocket donut and surprise filling sugar may bound to get you through the dullest Monday moment. Now I want donuts.
Enjoy every minute of work. Don't waste it on unnecessary things.
I don't know what I did. Thank you. No. That's some good static though. That looks just like the static I remember. Man, what good static. Don't you fucking dare. Follow the light. Be your brand new self. Uh-huh. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Love me some bullets. You're now my companion plant. I will call you Gertrude. Oh, I can choose where I put it? Weird.
Remember, the Golden Journey serves the interest of all humanity. We set out on this voyage to find a new homeland for all of us. We chose the most exceptional individuals for this mission,
Hmm.
this venture.
I don't know which direction is better to go in. But last time I got unblocked by going in an event, so that's probably the best idea here. Let's see if I can get the light. Oh, okay. I got some ammo though. Wait, wasn't it here? I guess not. Next door. don't really like what I'm hearing. I was right. Oh, there's the little fucker. Okay. I'm running out of bullets. I'm gonna have to switch to my power wrench. Good thing I have multiple. I like how they just explode in a puddle of blood instead of leaving corpse. That sounds like a lot of them. I don't like it. Grab a sandwich. Hi, Gary. Ammo, yes. Is this a scary game? It is a scary game. Yes. Yes, it is. There's multiple! I got ahead. I'm ahead of the game, get it? No, I think they're more like spiders than moths. Man, there's no need to stand there to stand, man. Trouble you're gonna round to stand, man. Oh, come on. What is that? Why do I need a battery? Where? love my job so much. I don't. I don't love your job so much.
Hey guys,
please don't go to
your favorite DJ, Charlatan, is on the air. I've brought you some more survival tips to get you a better chance out there.
The best tips for survival with DJ Charlatan.
I don't know that I trust someone called Charlatan.
Have you ever seen those electrical boxes near the ground? If you spread water under them and make a nice puddle, you can easily turn them into electrical traps. If you add those suspicious red barrels to the mix, boom! You've got yourself some nice fireworks. Plus, with the Universe Cleaner Spray, you can create not just one, but a bunch of puddles that can conduct electricity in a long, long line. This is just one method, but your environment offers a lot of solutions if you want to survive Aurora 5 with good ammunition efficiency. Use your head, survivors, and use lead only if it is really necessary. Oh, and remember, Hawaiian shirts never go out of style, and packing crates can save your life. I was Charlatan. Peace out.
Well, you heard the man. I've been wasting my ammo. Good to know. Okay. I don't understand why we fled to space and apparently the place is fucking dangerous. Okay. Am I gonna find out why there's a battery around? Disclaimer, overuse of mutamods can cause monstrous appearance. Okay. Wait, why am I slowly losing health? Am I hungry? I don't... Okay. I wish it didn't automatically switch to other things when I picked them up. I don't really like that as an option. Don't be afraid to cry. He's got a team song, lady. You can dance someone when they got a team song. I can and I will. I just did, in fact. Vox Machina making me cry fair. Although I barely know anything about it. Oh, I can buy food! That's nice. What's the newest season? So good so far? I see. Don't panic. He's not a monster. He just received his first Mutamud treatment. Oh my god. What are we doing in space? Everyone's dead. 1, 2, 3, 4. You better be kidding me. That better not be it. Denied. Okay. Then what's that? Ask you for the empty to change your password. 1, 2, 3, 4 is not the correct password anywhere. And certainly not for the most important computer in the main. Just scroll down properly. The most important computer in the main medical section of a ship carrying humanity's last hope. P.S. You already have this combination on your luggage. Remember, the override code for the Steve mainframe security system in the medical section is the year the Golden Journey has started. The year the Golden Journey has started? Oh my god, I don't know what year that is.
Welcome home, such as it is.
Thank you, Christoph! Are you on the wheel? Let's check. You're not. Let's put you on there. Okay. Here we go. Whoops, wrong button. What? Did I not just play it?
Don't want weird bug eyes or disgusting tentacles? Easy. Don't use mutamods. Not using mutamods? Too bad. You die of space sickness. Isn't that wonderful? It's a fucking mess is what it is.
Okay. Codex key item, handbook. One, two, three, four.
Attention! Unauthorized access to the emergency system detected. Jump sequence initiated.
What?
Please fasten your seatbelts and think of your loved ones.
No!
The bloke can kiss my ass. Listen, cowboy, this jump is going to be a big one, and I may not be able to reach you for a while afterwards. So if that happens, try to stay alive and find your way back to Nexus somehow. For now, hold on tight.
He's got nothing to hold on to! How do you like this game so far, lady? Well, the ambience is definitely there. I feel spooked. I like how the graphic is reminding... I didn't need to be flashbang though. I like how the graphic reminded me of the PlayStation game. Is what I was gonna say. Remember Aurora? Oh my god. How the...
Are you still there? It seems that we've come at the just in time. We need to get you out of the apartment as fast as we can. Be careful. The Cosmic will be looking for you.
The what? What the fuck is a Cosmic? Almost Half-Life. I've never played, actually. I've never played Half-Life. I wouldn't know.
Need a helping hand? Or some handy new tentacles? Look no further. We've got you covered. Just find the nearest Mutamod vending machine and spend your hard-earned money on genetic mutations. Mutamod. For the man of the future, for the future of man.
Your first Mutamod treatment is free. Find out more. Mudslide, Skunk Bomb, Rhino Body. Can I get a description first? A brand new Mudslide Mutamod recharge your batteries. Just stand close to a strong light source and feel the healing power flow through your body. Attention. Sunscreen recommended. Okay. Meeting's running too long. Tiresome family dinner. Save yourself with a Skunk Bomb Mutamu. They'll never know it was you. Okay. There's side effect too. You often find yourself thinking, I wish I was somewhere else right now. Now you can make that wish come true. Create a fake clone of yourself with your new unicellular Mutamod and live your real dream elsewhere. How are you liking this? It's spooked me. It's spooked me! Have you been beaten in arm wrestling again? Does your wife come at you with a rolling pin? Nothing to worry about. The Rhino Mutamod can turn into a true force of nature. I'm gonna grab that one. Okay. That way if I run out of ammo, I'll have some defense. What the fuck? Boy. I know he didn't die. Did he go back? How the fuck do I use the spray? Oh! All that's doing is leaving a fucking pot. It's cleaning the blood of. What? You know. Maybe not. Oh. Oh. I feel like there's something bad that's gonna happen if I use too many mutation. Bad. Oh, I can braid the environment. I wasn't sure. Okay, cool. I kind of want these. I don't know what they are, but I want them. Yes, nice. What the? Did he die there? Oh! Oh! Oh, what? I think these died in the middle of their mutation. They might have a loot goblin. Hey, I never denied being a loot goblin, man. That is a well-known fact. I don't want a shotgun, I just want the bullets. Burn, 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 burn. Oh, I'm dead.
Janitor work can be deadly, especially in such troubled times. But don't you worry. Healer Dome chambers can rebuild you from the ground up, reshaping your very genes. Cloning errors? It happens. Panic? No need. Just locate your previous body and suck out its fresh, crispy genes. In moments, you'll be whole again. Flawless. Perfect. Isn't that wonderful? This message was brought to you by the...
Ah, cloning error alcoholism. Alcoholism or alcohol addiction is a chronic relapsing disorder associated with excessive alcohol consumption and negative emotional and physical state when alcohol is not available. You simply need the stuff. There's no point in sugarcoating it. Just one last shot, I swear. The cloning made me alcoholic? No! What? What the fuck? It started me right next to one of these guys. Oh, that's fucked up.
Finally! I managed to calibrate the frequencies to this timeline. So, as you may have noticed, the Aurora 5 jumped into a completely different time period.
What do you mean timeline?
It's been 37 years since we last spoke. This has been happening from time to time since we were swallowed up and spat out by an unknown cosmic entity, which is probably a black hole, or something that presented itself as such. Why the ship jumps between these two exact points in time is unknown, but for now, we have no choice but to return to Nexus Plaza and find a way back to Janice's Haven. As that place floats between the two timelines, we'll be relatively safe there. And one more thing. If you happen to find a pink plush unicorn, bring it to me. Don't ask any questions, just grab it and get it to me.
Well, too fucking late. I might ask questions. Get him? No. So I still have my items. Well, who am I to deny my addiction? I don't know where I died. Like, at all.
Sneezing, fever, or bad mood? At the first symptoms of deep space disease, contact your doctor immediately and ask for Mutamod.
Doesn't help that the map doesn't exist anymore. The first step is admitting it. I think that was my body. I think that might have been my body. What the fuck? Okay. There you go. This isn't so bad. Why do I need to clean the universe? You don't scare me with your goopy, dusty, gross tunnels. There's 2 Magnum? You gotta be kidding me. Oh, there isn't. You're lying to me, game. Okay. Door's already active. We're fine. That doesn't really tell me where to go though. I don't know what was closed and what is open now. I love my job so much. No.
Thank you for choosing our service.
Oh, no. You've already done that. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. You don't need it. Okay. Is that where I came from? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay, well, it's a good thing I turned on the light then. That way I can differentiate between the passage. Oh, someone took the helmet. Whoa! Hello there. Well, I'm sure you used to be pretty. At one point. I headed in an unexpected direction. Mm-hmm. Well, that wasn't there before.
Light calls me. I can see it from afar. I feel it filling me up. What could resist? It's impossible.
You know what? I'm thinking this dude took the mod mutation.
Like when flesh touches flesh, it surrounds me, sucks me in. I think this is the end. I go there now. for the last time. Be lost, but life is calling me. The light, sweet light, must follow
No, dude! You weren't supposed to follow the light. Gross. I'm lost. It's too dark in here. I'm just running in circle. I know it's not just a circle. There's at least 2 exits here. That's where I came from. God damn it. There's a trail of blood. Surely that has to be the right way. There was no trail of blood last time. I'm a strong and independent homewrecker. Maybe that's where it has a terrible meaning. Okay. I'm a strong and independent spaceship wrecker. I'm a strong and independent item destroyer. There you go. That sounds good. Ready or not, here I come. I'm in a disco, please. Ah, shit. And I'm dead. Clothing error coming every time I clone? Well, flu isn't the end of the world, am I right? Let's hope you don't have a sneeze in a situation where your life depends on being quiet. No! I have the flu and I'm alcoholic. Okay. I don't think I'm doing well, guys. I don't think I'm doing a good job at this game. Maybe I just go guns blazing. Oh god. So I started blasting. Uh-huh. Well, don't need to sneak if they can't find me. Wait, what? Where is this? Show me a map again, man. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Well. That was rude. But how's the showcase? Anything super neat? A couple of things. Nice. Pistol ammo. This game likes mouse and keyboard better than controller, I think. Okay. What the fuck are my mods? Not my mods. No, also not that deep. Objective. Janitor's Haven. That doesn't really tell me much. Was that the bed with the fan? Oh. Wait, that's a place I could have explored earlier. God damn it. Nice.
Okay, enough! Creepy audio logs. More and more people are leaving them behind, and they give me the creeps. What if something really goes wrong? How do we tell the difference between real audio logs and made-up crap? Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? Well, now there are a bunch of boys crying fucking mutant.
Well, because there's a lot of fucking mutants. That's crazy. Okay, so 2236. 2236. Oh, thank God he was looking the wrong way. 2236. 2236. There you go. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. God damn it. Maybe that's good enough. Yay! That's new. Okay, there's a ladder here. It just says caution everywhere. I mean, at least I'm in a new spot, right? Oh, I saw that. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh, gross! I was right. Just people took too many mutagen and they turned into fucking monsters. Oh no! You know, I think I like the mod better. Can I have the mod back? Stop doing that. I don't like it. Damn, that's a lot of mutated people. This place is dangerous, Jesus. I am indeed. No shit. You sure are. It's kind of a weird situation. If you don't take the mutagen, you die from space sickness, whatever that is. How do I interact with that? Why does my body get wet whenever I hold the wrench? That makes no sense. Oh! What the fuck? Okay. Man, the people who killed themselves by jumping into space were probably happier. Where the hell are we going? That sounds awfully close to the sun. Crazy, I tell ya! I changed the rubber room for rubber to cheese to attract more rats! Nah! Damn. What if I just ate that cheese while you were sleeping? For the funsies. I kind of don't want to stop here, but at the same time, this demo is going on for a long time. Jesus. That's right. Maybe I'm the crazy one. Hey, I found a bathroom. Why the fuck do you need a monitor in the bathroom? Y'all watching TV shows in there? Also, that isn't normal floor. That's some kind of liquid. Reconsidering playing the rest of the demo myself? Fair. YouTube in the bathroom, lady. How long do you stay on the bowl to need YouTube? Oh my god! What the fuck was that? Going to the bathroom is relaxing. What? Gary, what do you go to the bathroom for? It's for shitting and pissing, man. What do you mean relaxing? Oh, that was the demo. Alright. That was cool. I'm gonna wishlist it. Fucking terrifying, though. That was retro space. Let me wishlist that on Steam. Before I forget. Retro space. That's good. Now I'm surprised my computer handled it. Nice. Average. But I will say how much I started appreciating bathroom time after I started a regular job. You've explained nothing, and at this point I'm scared to continue asking. And next is slime soup. Your boss can't stop you from going to the bathroom. We had a coworker like that. Everyone hated him though. Can I make that larger for me? Or oh, okay. If I make it larger for me, I need to make it smaller for you. Okay, that's fair. What? It went black? Okay, he's back. He's back. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Here you go. Never mind, I fucked up the letters. What the hell is this? Oh no. I don't think I was supposed to do that. Okay. I don't think the game likes me resizing it. Hi, hello! New game, start cooking. Welcome, young cook. I'm here to make sure you have fundamental training to make some good slime soup. Oh, I'm sorry, Cultist. Do you mind pinning the title for me? I forgot. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I bathroom on company time. I bathroom whenever I need a bathroom. I could not hold myself long enough. My what? Sorry. Pinning the title slime soup. Old Goblin? Yes. But you're more dashing than these ones. Welcome, young king. Yep, okay. Thank you. This is your cauldron. You'll have to learn how to best use it to prepare some delicious putrid broth. Start making soup, click on the slime, and drag your mouse to link it with the neighbor's slime of the same type. Now that you have a line of slime, you can pull the handle to merge. That looks like the handle of a toilet, but alright. But I am not running anywhere though. No one's asking you to run, so that's okay. It can explode and add even more point. Your main objective is to surpass the client's hunger score. Try and make as many big combos as you can before you run out of move. Okay. If your turn is past the remaining client hunger, it will overflow to the next client. Nothing is lost in the sufficient kitchen. How does it overflow though? I'm worried. You're doing great out there, but you need a way to refill your cauldron. Don't worry, every client comes with 2 cans of slime. They bring the slime? Just pick one and drop it in your cauldron. Okay. Nice, be careful though. Your cauldron can only hold a limited amount of stuff at a time. Okay. Open can grant you extra money when the client leaves. I'll let you cook now. See you soon. Okay. And plain. Okay. problematic. Hey, okay. The way they're fed is very upsetting. I'm sorry. Okay, if you don't want to watch anymore. Too hygienic? What does that mean? Ugh. Masterpiece of decade. Rinse it aftertaste last of the day. It's gonna be that type of game. Satisfied client will give you $3. They will pay to leave a nice comment on your Dylann page. They'll pay to leave a review? Man. Imagine being paid to leave reviews. It's a rat! This merchant have some quite nice product for us. Okay. You can either buy a special pack containing some useful stuff or try your luck looking through the trash. Okay. Start a new day. Can I look at the merch? Let you do some shopping once you're ready. Yes. I can tell what start a new day means. Plus only point per explosion. Cannot merge more than 7 slime in a single line. At the start of each day, gain 20% of your current money. Okay. Start a new day. Seems like word has spread about your cooking skills. We have a bunch of clients wanting to try out your soup. I will grow hungrier as these days move on, so make sure you have enough slime and special utensils to satisfy them all. Good luck out there, Chief. Okay. Oh my god! It overflowed for true people! Okay. God damn. Expect a gnome in there. Love the mysterious aroma. Rich note of mildew and despair. You hear that, guys? I'm a great spawn a random level 4 slime after every client. Slime spawn from can and bottle. Have 1 or 2 chances to spawn with an extra. Let's go with a shovel. Okay, start a new day. Yes, plus $2 left unopened, add 7 slime. Let's go with more slime. Nope. Nope. That actually might have done the opposite of helping. I'm in trouble. Sweet, okay. Authentic dungeon flavor, what does that mean? Okay, so I've unlocked new utensils, and I've unlocked bad reviews. I'm not... How do I get bad reviews, though? I'm trying my best. It's not fair. Tough client. Transform a random slime into mold each turn. Ugh. My big mage widow. If you have at least one mold in your cauldron at the end of the turn, transform 2 neighbor slime into... Oh no. Yay! I did it. Level up all neighbors slime after every turn. Get an extra 2 slime, or plus 250 point if your line contain a green slime, a red slime, and a blue slime. I can do that? Let's go down. Dirt can be linked to your line. 50 point if your line contains 3 or more objects. Let's go with that one. Split all slime of level 4 or more into multiple level 1 slime at the end of your turn. Nah, skip. Start a new day. Oh, there's a maggot. Disable a random utensil each turn? Aw, man. Come on. Okay, they liked it. End day. Choose 1 of 3 sticker to add on your wall? What does that do? An open can give an extra $1. Looking in the trash is $1 cheaper. The trash contained one additional object. I like the look of that sticker. It's 40 points. Slime of level 4 or above attracts slime of the same type towards them. Yes, please. And start a new day. There's so much mold. Hey. There you go. Can I have multiple stickers? We'll give an extra 5 slime. I would like... Oh, it's only one? Aw, man. I don't like dirt. It's kind of shitty that I don't have an inventory of sticker that I can just switch around. Start a new day. Okay. Oh boy. Alright, I think that gives enough of a preview of the game. It's an interesting idea. Kind of gross. But, I mean, so is Vining Visor. So that was slime soup. Hope you liked it. Or don't. Up to you. That was it. Next is... Nah, not that one. Not yet. There's too many of them. Shadow Rush? Let's go with Shadow Rush. There you go. Immediately started. Definitely on the girl side. Yeah, but it's on purpose, you know? It's kind of the whole team. Can I choose the size of the window? Okay, there you go. Tell me why I choose any of them. Okay, that's too loud. Oh wow, whoa. No tutorial? Nothing whatsoever? Okay. No story, nothing. Just fuck you, get in there. Okay. And I'm dead. That's what happened when you don't explain shit! So yeah, I like the look of the preview that I got for the game. I didn't expect it to just get thrown in there though. How do I go back? They regret to inform you that your current authorization does not permit. Okay. Do I get to go anywhere? It doesn't look like it. How do I go back? Keep your distance, Shadow Reaper. We respect what you do, but that doesn't mean we want you near us. You're too close to the darkness. Too close to becoming what you fight. Wow! That's rude. Hey, you're back. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to introduce myself before sending you off to the grinder. No, you really didn't. I'm the commander of the Reaper Corps. This mean I've survived long enough to boss around the next poor soul drafted into this mess. Look, I know this is rock bottom. You probably didn't choose this life. No. But do the job well and you'll get privileges. Better ration, train ride, a little bit more freedom to move where others can't. Think of it as moving up in the ranks, huh? Now, back to your first job. Trash dump backstreet ain't gonna clear itself. Wow. Game over? What? Oh, the ground below. Oh. I'm trying to see if... Nope, that was my inventory. Woo! How the fuck do I fight without my MP then? Cause like the ground eventually starts like corrupting behind me. You see what I mean? So I have to kill them within a certain... Can I change character? Because this sucks. I am now home. Hey, welcome back home, Evie. I've seen some balance so far, yeah. Ugh. That takes a shit ton of gold. Can I just switch character, man? He's just gonna say the same shit. Okay, play game. Let's try a new character. Maybe some are easier. I don't fucking know. Let's try Swordman. I mean, it did go a little bit better, but not by much. I'll come back when Pyro's back if I can make up time. If not, then I ain't coming back today. Yeah. That's fair. I would have never been allowed to do that. I know my old job is different than what you do by a lot. That's my only point of comparison. If we lost Farah, they just made everyone, like, close up the store, even though that was not at all my job. They didn't care. Okay. I feel like this would benefit from, instead of forcing you into a one character thing, to allow you to switch around. Or maybe some kind of tutorial. Oh man, that would be crazy. I tried the 4 people there we said we can stay and clean till Farah's back. We were told no. Oh, no. I'm not saying you should be doing that. I'm just saying my job forced us to close stuff up, to prepare, like, for the day after, like, since, you know, there's no power, regardless of what your job is. So, like, cleaning, like, passing the broom, closing the stuff up in the fridge so it stay as cold as possible, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Even though there was already an employee in each department. So, like, you're staying until everything's closed, and then you can leave, if the power isn't back then. I'm gonna try one last class, I think, and then call it a day. Gunslinger, maybe? Excuse me? Yeah. God damn it. There you go. Oh, wait. Guys, we found the 1 OP class! This is the one! Whoever made this game loves gunslingers. Oh my god! I don't think I like this game. It needs some finesse. Well, that was Shadow Rush. I mean, I'm gonna close it now. Yeah, that needs some balancing work, I think. That's my ball. And you weren't even the one playing it. Next, I believe Shin recommended that one. It's Catechesis. And I think maybe after that one we may look into reading out. Catechesis. Hold up. Current demo. Okay. Let's hope that I wrote it properly. Catechesis. Yep. Okay. I'm interacting with it, and so far nothing's happening. I hope it didn't crash. Hello? Hello? We might have already broke the demo. Damn. Yes, I think it broke. It's not doing anything. I didn't do it. Lady already broke it. I'm not doing it on purpose! Let me close it and restart it. I'll give it one chance. Let's try again. Okay, there you go. It's loading. Yay! This game contains flash lightning image. It may cause discomfort and trigger. Okay. You guys, you know the rule. This flash warning. You're sensitive to flash. You've been warned. I'll put in tag. There you go. Tag added. The whole game is finding out how to start it. Isn't that just a premise of there is no game? We're gonna limit flash. No, there's no game for that. You don't even know all the game, Gary. You shush it. That's a little loud. That should do. Okay, we're definitely gonna lower the game some more. That's too much for me. Beautiful art already. I know, that's why I shouldn't recommend it, because I'm a sucker for good pixel art. Man, leave my shirt. Canoe pie, spread your wings. Press X to continue. And we got a visit. It's Misty. She said it's slap time. You can move an L. Okay. Interact with your environment using X. Okay. Fair enough. It's fucking dark in here. You can move faster using R1. But be careful, if you're using it, will tire you out. Oh my god. I don't see a stamina bar though. Am I a mosquito? Follow your instinct and find a blood host. Be careful, the lower world will contaminate your senses. Never forget where you came from. Ow? So light hurts me? That's fucked up. Ah! Danielle Fisher. Okay. Lily, the study tells you that that pie is actually equal toast. Forget the numbers. It's toast. You're welcome. Thanks. You're welcome. No! Jesus. What's up, sir? Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm drunk. I'm actually drunk. Okay. Fight back a mosquito man. Yeah, I don't really feel like being trapped in a spider web, thank you. Or maybe I can rush through it. Huh. Guess it's not as sticky as the goblin. More? No! Ugh. It's fine. As long as I don't get had by the spider. Ow. I can't see my health. That would help. Mama mosquito, looking for a blood hose, looking for a blood hose. Is that not a person? Mama mosquito, looking for a blood hose, looking for a blood hose. I think so, but I sure as hell haven't seen it. We live in time of decadence. Children rule over their parents. What? The tree bears rotten fruit. People are two-faced. Hey, Phoenix! And a mist now believes something. I didn't get to read. We are all puppets of the kings of money. Who watch us from their towers of gold. Behold! For God Tabel draws near. And their judgment will consume us all. Hope everyone's enjoying your Friday. I mean, the games have been pretty nice. Hey, wake up! What? What? What are you standing out there for? Come on, pick up everything while I talk to the parishioners. Okay. Yes, of course. I'll do. Well, come on. You've been standing there catching flies for a while. Well, I caught mosquito rather than flies, but alright. Where's the cupboard? So I'm a mosquito that took control of a kid, is my understanding of it. Do I turn this off? No. Sorry, what was I supposed to do? Are you drunk? You have to pick up. That's a stupid question to ask a kid. Turn off the cross, collect the callus and the book, and put everything in the cupboard. Okay. So I still don't know how to turn off the cross. Candles are done. That's where Einstein went. Yeah, he started a cult. Can't leave now. Okay, I think I'm done. Nope, never mind. Oh. Hey Danielle, how do you know where Sophie is? We're waiting for her. I like how they didn't end up with like the everyone has the same face thing. They did a good job making sure everyone looked different. Haven't seen her, sorry. No worries. She probably went home early to study. Wow, at least I've grown up. Yeah, she must take after me. Ha 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 ha. If you say so, dude. How old is she now? Well, she is 8 months old. I'm sorry, what? 8 months old and she's studying at home? That's not how children works. Unless you were asking about a baby. Hello, Miss Cordelia. How was your day? Oh, wow. Okay. What a shitty mess. Sorry you didn't like it. Actually, I'm a bit distracted tonight. It's not your fault, boy. It's that old fuddy-duddy who doesn't even know what he's saying anymore. It's a good thing that sooner or later you're going to have to run all this. Yes, well, we'll see. I'm still very young. Cordelia, stop bothering the kid and go home to sleep at once. Hey. Like the chalice in the book and put everything. Have I not done that? Okay. Not clean up. It's about time. Go change your clothes. I'm going to try to kick out all these bums and close the door. Okay. We're closing. Come on, everybody. Go home. Wait, was that a ghost mosquito or something? Jesus. Hey, you can't come in here. This is a private area. Hello? Empty. I keep altar boys clothes. It's very dark. You don't say. Here's a bad quality wine bottle. So you're just giving cheap wine? Here's a white wine bottle. What is this? Better not touch anything. I don't want to get into trouble. Who the fuck sleeps in here? Sophie! Hey, what's up, Danny? You were supposed to go study, Sophie! Is my silver already? I liked it very much. No, you didn't. Sophie, you can't be here. What are you doing with those bottles? It's nothing. I was just checking them out. What do you mean, checking? Well, I took a course in wine. You know, one of those wine tasting ones with glasses and stuff. A wine tasting course. Yeah. Don't you remember? But you're underage, Sophie. You're not allowed to drink wine. Yeah, but we didn't drink it. I mean, she's such a bad liar. Well, to be fair, in professional wine tasting, you don't drink the wine, you just spit it out. Of course, that's what we used to do. We kept spitting on each other all the time, seeing who could spit the farthest. And so, my dear friend, I have only come to admire the impressive quality of the wine you have here. I'm sorry, Sophie, I don't know what's gotten into me today. For a moment, I thought you had snuck in to steal. Oh no! How can I take so badly of my best friend? I'm the worst. Oh, I confess, yes, I was stealing. He guilt-tripped her on purpose, wasn't he? Excuse me? I was invited to a party by third graders. I told them I'd take care of bringing the alcohol. Sophie... There's a queue. I'm not allowed to be snooping around the wine cellar. He'll be furious if he catches us. So he's sleeping in the wine cellar then. Will you tell my parents? Probably. I think we're both gonna be in so much trouble. My parents find out I'm doomed. Help me, Danny, please. The window leads to the garden. We can escape out that way. That's a window? Give me the bottle and get out first. What? That's so many bottles! And why is he looking different? Who's there? Why can't I just escape out of the window too? I know you're hiding around here, you filthy rat. If any bottle of my precious wine is missing, I swear, I will gut you with my bare hands. Whose voice is that? And this terrifying feeling. Is he really going to kill me? I have to put these bottles back in place and get out of here. If I hide under the table, he won't see me. If I move while crouching, he won't make any noise. How do I can duck with... Okay, circle. Where the fuck are the green bottom? Okay. Like hair and old adult character for some reason. I don't know. What's happening to me? Oh no. That's bad. This is not the time to be fainting, dude. Is that a gun? Wake up! What the fuck? Prepare for firearm testing. What the fuck? Pick up the Beretta and ammunition from the table. Why am I here? I don't want to do this again. I can't do it anymore. What? Pick up the Beretta and ammunition from the table. Oh. Okay, one sec, guys. Sorry. My chair kept slipping and then I ended up unplugging the controller. My bad. Semi-automatic, short recoil, hold 9 bullets. Why do I have bullet? I'm a child. Remember the rule. R to aim. While aiming, R2 to fire. Aiming appears in the cone, stay steady and you will shoot the grave with greater accuracy. Please, I'm not feeling well. Can I go back to my room? Negative. Don't forget that you can reload the weapon by pressing square. I hate this. Engage the moving target. Ah, damn it. How long am I supposed to shoot for? Am I done? Can I stop? Why do I keep shooting if I don't want to? I can fire on all target. These aren't target though! Alright. Shoot. No. Danielle, I order you. Shoot! Can you just leave? I don't know where the exit is. And I'm plugged in as far as I can tell. No! I don't want this! I never want to do this again! Damn. Nope. I burned the machine. Oh, okay. Might as well. We're getting out of here! They'll never see me coming. I'm not sure how we went from priest boy to whatever this is, but for my last training I displayed, I would like to be able to exercise outdoor without all these machine controlling me. Controlling you? Actually, can I use my gun? No. What was that? Interesting. Oh hey, I can look at the corners there. You can run by pressing R1. Consume your stamina slowly. Stamina span will not be recovered while running. I'm gonna step on the red button. This looks it's closed. God damn it. Can I leave now? Nope, I went to a one-way thing. Nice. Hopefully I didn't need whatever trinket I found over there. Oh boy. So there's dodging and running. Lovely. Knife's a secondary weapon. By pressing L2, melee weapon consumes stamina, but they're good. Punching stamina is key in combat. Running out of stamina leaves you at the mercy of the enemy. Oh, ow. Ah! That's hard. I'm too slow for this shit. Yeah. There you go. I will not. Someone else can do it if they want to. When we pass out from training. Empty. Wake up! My little brother Micah, he's sleeping. Well, fucking waking up, dude! Why the fuck are you letting your brother there? If you're gonna run away. I don't have a code. It's closed. Have a day, lady? I'm already having a day. What do you mean? I have no choice. Me? What? What do you want? I'm stuck? Am I stuck already? Wake up! That wasn't it. That wasn't it. I didn't find any papers, so. Have you broken the game again? No! I didn't. Do not open temporarily closer to pop malfunction. That doesn't seem like a pop malfunction. That's blood. Bruh. Box with pops remain. Pops are my father's servant. Your father sucks. Oh, hello there. Oh. It's just a fucking... Ah! Danielle, come to daddy. No! Ugh. No thank you. You think it's gone, or? Okay, I might have broken again. Why is it black? Ow. Could you leave? Just go! Okay, I have the bolt cutters. Whatever that's for. I don't remember any place with bulk. The clip, you know? I don't know. How does he know which room I'm in all the time? Let's go. Damn it. I need Dad. Okay, but how do I access my inventory? Oh, wait. Show layout was right there. I'm stupid. What? Ah! Select. Thank you. I used to call metal. No shit. Problems, I haven't seen any metal. Where's the robot exercising? Hey, the adductor is closed in the pocket. There's a note. H340. Thank you. So there's multiple ones. What was it? H340? Am I not gonna take my brother with me? There's a lot of blood everywhere. Still feel the pain from the test they've been doing on me. Father, I know you're watching me. I can't do this anymore. I'll never become what you want me to be. Let me out of here, please. I love you, Daniel. I love you very much. Yeah, that's why you're stabbing him? The fuck? Man. Well, if you say so, Gary, just come here so I can show you how much I appreciate you. Goodbye, Father. What do you think you're doing? I'm leaving. I'm leaving this house for good. Wait, so that's how we became a priest boy? What the fuck? I don't understand! Was I never supposed to escape? You'll never escape your own blood. We still have a brother. There he is, knocked out cold. So that was a flashback? I don't know. Hey, you! Wake up! You're going to be late for school. What is that hair design? What, you don't like it? That's you in 50 years, man. Come on, lazy bones. It's already daylight. Yo, Asfred. I can't believe he left his brother behind. Dude. Pressing catch technique possesses a tornado! Oh my god! What? Grandpa, stop! I'm going to drop! Oh my god. Jesus Christ, Grandpa. Can you believe your grandfather's muscle power at 300 years old? Wait, what? For real? Yes, yes. It's because I'm part human, part dinosaur. Komodo dragon blood runs through my veins. I feel like you're lying to me. Welcome to Ezekiel Restaurant. What would you like to order for breakfast today? Allow me to recommend 5 new chef's specialties. A steak Alaskan duck confit, beef stuffed with eggplant and cod cheeks, triangular marshland soup, deconstructed 4-season paella. What strangest dishes? Beef, I guess? Very good choice. Let's go. Does that choice matter? Oh, voila! Grandpa, it's just milk and cereal. I like to respect the purity of the product without unnecessary frills. But if the young master doesn't like it, you can always make your own breakfast. No, this is fine. Thank you very much. He's just being funny. Oh, I wish you didn't just have alcohol and breakfast, dude. Grandpa, are you going to have wine for breakfast? Look who's talking, didn't I catch you yesterday stealing some bottle from the cellar? Sorry, Grandpa. No, I didn't mean to. Did you steal them for yourself, or were they for someone else? I'm gonna tell the truth. He seems like an okay dude. No, I can't tell on Sophie if I would kill her. What? Why did you give me the choice, then? Yeah, stay away from me. Not to drink it, but, to practice. Being a waiter. You're a bad liar, son. Relax, man, it's okay. What worries me is that you look bad. Yesterday you fainted and you were talking in your sleep all night. Are you feeling better? The lurker streaker. Ever say so? Yes, I think I'm okay now. I don't know what happened to me. I started feeling weird during mass, and I remember having nightmare last night. I have an idea. How about after school, instead of working at the church, we take the afternoon off and go fishing? Fishing? Wait, what if we go to the park and play baseball? Oh, he's trying to cheer you up, dude. Would you? I'd love to, Grandpa. But what about the parishioners? We put a note on the door and that's it. Not a soul, not even God, is coming lately. He's not wrong. I'm off to school. Very good. Remember what I always tell you. Be a good boy and help others. Very good. Go on now. Get out of here. Okay. Is that the door? You need a good bathroom first? I don't feel like it right now. Fair enough. Name is almost erased. Same. Hello. Oh, oh. Rose. Grandpa tells me not to go near the well because the demon lives inside. Well, you don't have to ask me twice. I'm getting out of here. Wherever out of here is. Nope, it's certainly not here. Why am I going through windows anyway? This is not the door. Turns out it's the other door. I'm so sorry, Grandpa. Somebody's knocking on the front door. Alright. Whose is it? Oh, I'm sorry, but the church is closed. You'll have to come later. Oh, what a fool I am. Why do you have a sheep on your head? I apologize. I am leaving right away. Oh. Oh, jeez. Are you feeling well? Forgive me, truly. I have been walking for several months now, and I have finally reached my destination. I feel such a relief that my strength has left me. Several months of walking? Yes, I am a pilgrim. I have been traveling on foot for years. Ah, I get it. You must be very tired. Please sit for as long as you need. Really? No bother? The church is open to anyone who needs it. Rest here until you regain your strength. Thank you very much, son. God bless you. Did the sheep say bow? That's suspicious as heck. I better not bother him. Okay. Should I tell Grandpa about it? I feel like I should tell Grandpa about it. But as a pilgrim in the church, he was so tired that I told him he could stay. My goodness, son, you always let in all the bums. Can't you see we're broke? He did not ask me for money. He said he's a pilgrim. A pilgrim? Here? You must be in the wrong church. You go to school, go on. I'll take care of the swing of the bottle, and then I'll take care of him. Okay. Better tell him than, like, leave him a nasty surprise of someone just being in the church shitting. Hey, don't say that! Grandpa will be fine, damn it. Hello, Cully. Have you seen Safi? Why do you have a mustache? No. She's always late. She's a rebel. Grandpa not gone. You shush it. I'm gonna send you to jail if you continue. I can't go there now. Okay. How about here? Can't go there now. Come on. Where am I supposed to go? Is that my class? It is! I did it. Today, thanks to technological advance, we know all the planets in the solar system. But in ancient times, this was not the case. In classical Greece, they did not have telescopes, so for them, the planets were those celestial objects that they could see with their own eyes. Mercury, Venus, the Sun, the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, and the Saturn. For them, everything revolved around the Earth, and the Sun and the Moon were considered planets. Let's see more difference. Please let me focus on class. Danny, sorry about yesterday. Danny, come on, please forgive me. Please, 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 please. I forgive you. But you have to promise not to steal again. Don't drink wine either, at least until you come of age. I promise you on my life. Now look forward, we're going to be scolded by Miss Vivian. Hey! In the end, yesterday. Did Mr. Ezekiel catch you? Did you say anything about me? Yes, he caught me. But you can rest assured I didn't tell him anything about you. What a relief. Now, what's that noise at the back of the class? As I was saying. Shut up! She just asked not to make noise. God damn it! Thank goodness, if my parents find out, they would kill me. Well, maybe don't steal wine then. You've done me a big favor, Danny. Thank you 1,000,000,000 times over. What's that? Her soul? What's that light? What? Oh, over your head, there's a blue flame. Can't you see it? Excuse me. What the fuck? Oh, now we're scolded for sure. Daniel Fisher, what's going on now? You help Sin? Well, I'm still supposed to help others. She promised not to do it again. was me, teacher. I found it so hard to identify out of this chair. Oh, she's willing to embarrass herself in class for me. That's sweet. Silence. I did not expect this from you, Fisher. I can't say the same for Miss Kelly, who is a basket case. As a punishment, you will both stay here studying the lesson while your classmate go out recess. Oh, I'm not on the time, am I? Hell yeah, minigames! Ta-da! Easy peasy lemon squeezy, beautiful cover girl. Is not what I was expecting in a horror game. Fair. What torture studying melts my brain. Hey, what was that blue flame you saw earlier? I don't know, it was like... Hey, you! Hey, Isabel, what's up, sis? Why didn't you come yesterday about the wine bottle? You can't just bail on us like that, you got it? Well, I got caught up in another party, and in the end I couldn't make it. Of course, I see. Just say you got caught trying to get the uncle. Think I've got you figured out. You're a smarty pants, aren't you? Fucking liar. Hey, don't pull her hair. I just couldn't. Hey, leave her alone. You stay out of this, Blondie. You can't treat people like that. Didn't your parent teach you how to behave? At least I have parents, unlike you. You live pill-nest with your alcoholic grandfather. Rude. Punch her. Punch her. Daniel Fisher. Sorry, miss. Daniel, get your things. Your grandfather is in a very serious condition in the hospital. No! God damn it. Shut up, Gary! He's still alive! Serious condition isn't dead! He's just old! Daniel, your grandpa's on the second floor. You can take the elevator up. Dr. Mandeo will explain the condition better. He's stable, don't worry. See? He's stable! You shush it! She didn't say where on the second floor. Ah, shit. Is that the door? Yeah! A coma can be stable. Your mom is stable! Unlike me, I'm about to stab you. Grandpa? Hi, Daniel. What's wrong with my grandfather? Is he going to be okay? I'm very sorry, but your grandfather is very ill. We have stabilized him and he's in an induced coma. We still do not have definitive diagnosis. We are performing several tests. Is he going to die? Daniel, you have to understand that your grandfather is an elderly person. In addition, he maintains certain unhealthy habits that only worsen his health. That's it, I'm fireworking your ass. Damn, you're not even in the stream avatar. Jail it is, then. You're in jail for attempting to murder Grandpa. But you and your grandfather have been good friends of the hospital for a long time. That's why I give you my word that we'll do everything possible to get him back on his feet. Thank you. We'll leave you alone with him for a moment. Oh, I almost forgot. These are the personal belongings your grandfather carried. It's better that you keep them. I don't know how I feel about you leaving the kid the grandpa's phone, but alright. Used to pray to the god Tabal. Grandpa? I don't understand what happened. This morning you were so cheerful, and now? If something were to happen to you, I wouldn't know what to do. I would be alone. Please, don't die. That blood, is the thing just dyed red. Kataba, you who are in the heaven and are powerful, ask you to lay your hand on my grandfather. I know he hasn't been the best person. He has a bad temper sometimes and he drinks a lot of wine. But he always been very good to me and has served you faithfully all these years from the church. That is why I want to ask you, humbly and with all my heart, to cure my grandfather of his serious illness. Oh, he worked? Daniel? Grandpa? Daniel, be a good boy and help others. Yes, Grandpa, yes. I'm going to help everyone. Get well soon. No, I think he's dying. Grandpa! Guys, if Grandpa dies, Gary killed him. Danny! Sophie! How are you doing? I just talked to the doctor. I'm so sorry. My grandfather just woke up. He did? Yes, just now, and he even spoke to me. So he's going to recover? The doctor told us it was very serious and it was very strange. I said a prayer to the god Tabal to hear him. Suddenly he opened his eyes and told me I have to help. Daniel, take it easy. Your grandfather's going to be fine, you'll see. Yes, but... I don't think you're helping. You don't have to worry about anything. We'll take care of it, okay? Daniel, while your grandfather's in the hospital, you will live in our house. Excuse me? You can't stay alone in that old church. But I have to stay here. I want to be next to my grandfather in case he wakes up again. Daniel, you can't stay here. The doctors have told us that visitors are only allowed at certain hours. Does she really need to take the baby to see the dying grandpa? Yeah. Actually. Unless she has a babysitter, she has to take that fucking baby everywhere with her. You do not leave a baby unattended. Gary. As much as it sucks. The best thing is for you to come with us and we'll come again tomorrow. Your grandfather's in good hands. Prove. Prove what? I don't have a baby! That's just a basic baby 101! Bruh. Shake my head. You like basic knowledge. Babies are smarter than I was watching. And you're dumber than I think, if you really say that. Genuinely. I will fight you. Not with a knife, mind you. I don't want to kill you, but... possibly some very long sleeve. But if you stab me, that would be a sign of affection. Exactly, and right now I don't want to show you a sign of affection. You don't understand. What I want to express is not affection. It's frustration. You're gonna get it, Gary. Wait, what? What the fuck? Grandpa? Also, how... Wouldn't an adult accompany me? Why are people letting me go everywhere alone? I'm a fucking child! Here's the toothbrush. Used for cleaning teeth. Why is your toothbrush on the counter next to the TV? Kitchen knife is lying on the floor next to some drop of blood. Would they be Grandpa's? And the hospital they didn't tell me anything about an injury. I have a bad feeling. I better take the knife. Well, that was a weird lighting right before I fucking left. Cosmic Magazine toy. Where's my pager? Why is it on my bed? I wear these to go to sleep. They're a little worn out from years of use. Okay. So I'm going now? Greetings, nocturnal traveler. Midnight brings us together once again. It is time to watch Chris' film that should never have been made. Welcome to Video Club Mysterio. I don't have any movie to watch at the moment. Oh, okay. And the blood's gone. Oh my god. I think that's Grandma's grave. Cool. You think it has to do with the traveler that came to sit down? Alright, well, let's do what's expected of every white people in a horror movie ever. The stupid thing. Has an inscription on it, but I can't see what it says. The dirt is too encrusted. If I had something to rub with it. Not my toothbrush! No! Soul murdered Lunem. Was that worth it? Was that worth it, dude? That was your toothbrush. That goes in your mouth. God damn it. Oh, I broke it. What is that thing? It's moving. You freed a worm. Congratulations. A part of a broken figure shaped like a solar crown. Okay, pretty sure I'm supposed to follow it. Or leave. One of the two. Why am I following a worm? That worm has crawled under the cross, but it's too heavy to move. Okay. What if there's a hidden mechanism in this cross? How? What? Why would there be a hidden mechanism? Guys, look what you're specialized for. Anything that might be a special mechanism somewhere. There's not a whole lot to interact with, is there? I thought it'd be the piano, but I don't. Game, why are you cock blocking me like this? Give me another hint. Careful, I have a knife. Ah! 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 I'm not seeing any hidden mechanism, man. I can't find shit. I feel like it has to do with the little cross at the bottom, but that's bothersome. You had one job, dude. You were just supposed to grab your stuff and go to their place. And now instead you're chasing a worm under a statue. Are you proud of yourself, dude? Are you? Okay, well, I'm not seeing anything here. This is me starting to lose it. Can't touch the plug. Slicing hasn't worked. I hate these parts of puzzle game where the hint isn't enough to make me get it, so I just spend like actually forever trying to find the solution. Nothing interesting, so nothing to grab. have to interact with the statue and find a secret level. That's been pretty obvious. That side may be the plug, but there's no indication that I can interact with the plug, so no. What if I just leave? I have to get to the bottom. No, you don't! God damn it. Want me to try looking it up? I mean, sure, but it's a demo. Not sure how much you're gonna find. Can't believe I'm already stuck in this, like, the beginning. Well, I went behind, yeah. I'll try again. Maybe I was just looking the wrong direction or some shit. That's stupid. I've been behind the damn thing twice! God damn it. Well, that's not good. Stolen some old coin. I'd rather not touch anything. There's also a candle. I'll take it with me. It might be useful. So you did want to touch something. Dumbass. Which one is up and which one is down? This is down, I think. Why not just put it in front? Because it would be too obvious. Yeah, done with a rust cup in his hand. Better not to touch it. It's got done with a broken sword at its side. Oh my goodness. I don't get it. We're going round, round, do 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 do. Sugar, we're going down swinging. We got another one at a point. A lovely guy, cop, flask, cock, and pull ever going down. Do, 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 do. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Yeah. Ah. Well, that doesn't feel good. Oh no. Don't come at me, don't come at me, don't come at me. There's writing in blood on the wall. The ritual has failed. The Hemofetero has not opened. We are trapped. I'm in Tabal. Okay, that's gonna be open on the other side. What happened? My heart is about to burst out of my chest. I absorbed its blood? I don't know that that was a good thing. A book with a note that reads, "They have hidden themselves in the dark corner so that no one will see them. They use the sacred stone to transform the water seeping through the walls into blood and drink it. They are afraid. I am not afraid to die. I'm in Tabal." I don't know if I was supposed to drink blood or not. Ow! Rude. I don't like the flapping of their wings, it's kind of loud. There's a note that says the ritual does not work and the members of the Curia are desperate. The Grey Master has given us this stone. He has told us that it is solidified holy blood. It has magical power and can enhance your physical ability. We all here call it demon blood. I'm in Tabal. Okay. What the fuck was the ritual? There's a note that says demon blood, demon blood, demon blood. We like blood. It's so good. Mmm, demon blood. Demon blood, demon blood, demon blood. Mmm, it's so good. I recognize that tree somewhere. It's a demonic thing. Do I know it well enough though? Not at all. That's anything relevant. Here's paper. It says green is jealous of yellow, although he has 2 colors below him. Jealous of yellow. And 2 colors below him, so they're facing each other, I think. If black were to die, blue would move up 1 spot to second. So black is second. Green and yellow are facing each other. Oh boy. Oh boy. Everyone suspects that red could snatch the position from blue. No, thank you! Ah, shit. Excuse me while I use the stone to my advantage. Nice. Okay, so. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And where's my info? So there's a competition between blue and red. If black were to die, blue would move up 1 spot to second. So blue is third. 1 spot to second. And black is second? Everyone suspects that red could snatch the position from blue. So red is close to blue. Blue and black are next to each other. Green and yellow are opposite, but have 2 colors under them. What the... You're on a bad start, Scotty. It's literally automated. For grumbling if I presently get right. Okay, so that should be 2. I believe. How you doing? And then blue. God, I have 0 memory. I'm sorry. One sec. 2 should be tree. Blue should be tree. Better than that'll got some lady content. Well, I mean, you're in here just in time. This is my last demo today. Okay, red should be 4. I think. I did. Green is jealous of yellow, and he has a 2 color behind him. Green is jealous of yellow. Maybe it's just that green is on top. Yellow isn't. Let's check the other clues. Very cold, the coffin made of stone. Don't see anything relevant. Black is very important, but not as important as gray. So gray is on top. Gray is 1. Yellow is in the middle of red and green. Excuse me, what? Yellow's in the middle of red and green? What? I think that's 1. Gray is the most important. Like the 0. And yellow is between red and green. So green is actually here? Maybe? Oh my goodness. So maybe that's 1? And then there's not supposed to be anything in the middle? Green is jealous of yellow even though he has 2 colors beneath him. I don't remember these 2. Hey! Fuck yes! First try! Kind of. Don't mind if I do. My grandfather used to tell me not to approach the well in the garden. Because a monster lived inside it. Well, your grandpa's not wrong. Jesus. I always thought it was just a joke of his. Usually you don't want Demon to whisper your name. I know this place. Good for you, dude. It's Sophie's house. But how is that possible? Daniel! Daniel, behind you! Daniel! Oh man, that's where it ends? Fuck ah! Alright, well, that was Catechesis. I got a little annoyed at the getting the cross to move part, but apart from that, this was nice. The art is, I know, right? It is very good. But like I said, this was the last demo today. I need to go eat. It's 7 p.m. Alright, let's see where we can raid you guys to. We got... we got Christoph playing Deadly Premonition. I'm seeing Tenderly, but she's already been on for like 10 hours, so... What the fuck? 10 hours? Some people are crazy.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
I got a sip left, sure. I got Azadukan playing 33 Immortal, Jay playing Papa Pizzeria, Kemi playing Dead by Daylight. Thank you for that. Gappy playing Resident Evil 2. And that's what I'm saying right now. You guys have any preference? Thank you. Fun's entirely fair. Let me see if he has any ads before I raid. Not currently. Good. Okay. Here's a shout out before we go. This is where I'm taking you if it doesn't take you with us. And you guys know the tune. Thank you for keeping me company. I hope you had a good time. Take care of yourself. Have a good time zone. And I'll see you next time. Bye guys!